Hello, Oggi. Welcome. Warming up before Title Tuesday tournament. Barney, hello. Greetings from Finland. Finland, yeah, best hockey country. I'm cheering for Finland. Was so glad when your country win world championship. John Twitch, hello. Andromeda, hello, man. Ruchas, hello. Yes, I decided a little bit warm up before titles. Then I will make a break and then will be party. So Patzl Rush before that. Patzl Rush Survival. Party on the chesscom. Queen e3, I guess. Knight d3 looks logical. How much? 34 we did, right? So far we did 34. All green. Let's not make red. We like green. Green party. White continues. Queen e4, what? Yeah. I want to take rook f2. And I will take it. And I will take this guy. And I will take this guy. Thank you very much, Ruches. Guys, don't forget to follow Ruches. She had second stream today. And she's going to stream more, I guess. So everybody follow Ruches. Kaumarjus Otar. What is this? Bishop h6 or what? Nutrient. Thank you for following. Hello. Hello, Mehdi. In about of 35 minutes, we'll start play Title Tuesday. So it is traditional Title Tuesday without qualification to top 8. Just 10 rounds and that's it. Yes, I know. That was qualification to Speed Grand Prix final. So, but now will be traditional Title Tuesday without any qualifications, any knockouts and this stuff, just normal 10 rounds. So what's going on? 1 second, I'm stuck a little bit. 39 should be not hard. Bishop c1, right? It's just catch the queen. What I'm thinking about here. What I'm thinking, I want to take this guy. I want to give check. I want to give this check and mate on d8. Okay, I suppose this guy has to be eliminated and king has to. So what they want? Rook e3 is not clear, right? I'm simply king h1. Okay, bishop c4 maybe. Bishop c4 and queen f1. Looks good for me. Okay. This is survival. Survival. So far we did no mistakes. Yes, Ruches, bishop c1. That was. Knight h3, rook h2, rook f8, king h7. And I think he will not survive that. Not queen h3 because he will take rook f8. Ah, but 1 second. Rook f8 and king f8. Queen g4. So what's wrong with rook h3? He will take rook f8. King f8. It also looks very tempting. What is the point? Let me. Rook h3. What's wrong with rook h3? Hmm. Queen h3, rook f8, king f8. Ah, so queen h3 is not so easy because he will go with rook. Yeah, of course it's rook h3. Of course it's rook h3. I want to take this guy. I want to take this guy. I want to take this guy. This is what we're gonna do. This has to be eliminated normally. And the knight f4. Okay, this is the idea. He takes and check and the knight f4 using this pin. Alright, let's go for it. And this move. And this guy is gone. Bishop a6. I guess it's simply win. Okay. Queen b3 attacking both bishops. He will play bishop 6. So rook b4. That's a smart decision here. And take this way. Okay. Should be some mate here. Probably. So g4 he plays here. Then bishop f5. Aha, okay, there's the idea. I got it, I guess. Take, e5, bishop e4, e7. Okay, we give this check, we give this check, we give this check, then bishop e4, and this is the idea. Okay. Yes, I want 50 green. Yes, I wanted to. So 1 second, what was king h5? Okay, such a silly move like a7 we not consider because it's mate. 111 green. You're very ambitious, John Twitch. Very ambitious guy. And thank you for following. Miner. 1 second, let me concentrate. What's going on here? Queen g5, he takes knight g5, he plays bishop c5. So if you play knight g3, he plays king h4. Team Jobava is ambitious. Hello, Alberto Romero. Brazuca, hello. So what the hell is going on? 1 second, let me concentrate a little bit. Oh, knight f6, no, it takes. Queen g5, knight g5, bishop c5. Shall we play? Shall we play for draw here? Or what the hell is going on? No, I don't believe it's for win. Maybe knight g3 and then queen e4 check. Okay, this is the idea. No, knight g3, king g6, then queen e4. We exchange the queens. Knight e4 takes this control over c4 square, and then this promotes. After knight g3, king h4. Anyway, queen e4. He cannot take. He has to play bishop c5 only move, and then queen h7, queen g7. I guess. Yeah, that looks smart. Queen e4, bishop c5 only move, check, king g5, queen g7, king f4 only move, and where is the win? Should be some win there. I don't see win actually. What the hell? No, queen e4 definitely, bishop c5, then where is win? Check, king g5, queen g7, king f4, king, queen c7, check, e5 you play. What I'm not seeing here. So queen e4, bishop c5, queen h7, king g5. If knight e4, then king f4, we're even losing that. Because mate is coming here. Queen g7, king f4. Should be some easy win. Queen e4's quiet move it does not have any threat, unfortunately. Queen e5, he can play bishop to c3 even, distract my queen. Hmm. This is hangs. Queen e4 looks like move. Um, only move is bishop c5, otherwise we promote. And what we're missing? What the hell missing? I mean, the queen h7, king g5, queen g7, king f4 only move. And what the hell am I missing? Queen f6, king e3, king e5, king d3, then I can attack because queen h4 check. queen f2 here, but he will play bishop d6 and I even lost. He take on g3. Forget about queen f2. It's definitely queen e4 direction, and I don't see something after queen g7, king f4. What I'm not seeing there. Queen h6, king e5, queen g4 he takes. Queen c7, e5. Yeah, I mean queen f6. I became blind probably. Yeah, queen f6, king e3, queen c3 check. Aha, queen c3 check. We have king f4, and then queen c4 check and queen c5 check. Aha, okay, finally, yes. Okay, what is this silly move? Oh, definitely not a7 because bishop we first take and just promote. Yeah, okay. Come on, this is not this is too easy for such a stage. And we had the last stream this position I showed you. Yeah, sometimes they do like that. So knight g5 check, definitely beginning. And now we need to win this queen somehow. Like knight e4 check, he cannot go on f7, he cannot go on f8 because bishop a3 check. So knight e4, king h8, bishop b2. Okay, it's just simply winning. I mean, this is simply win, guys. Yeah, this is simple win. Okay, here step by step we are going step by step, not h4 because he will promote this. So first a4, he goes king c5, then we go h4, then again f5. Yes, that's the idea, not instantly f5. So now h4, now again f5 we have to go, now again h5, now again f6, now again h6, now f7, now h7, and check, and check. Okay, it was easy. Here's the difference between this and this we have to understand. As I think. Uh, Queen c6, he will give a check, king g7, then bishop d4, e5, bishop e5, knight e5, and then rook c6 hangs. So queen b7 is the solution. g7, and now we have this e5. Okay, this we just take, we just go g7, it's over. What is this? We promote, so we don't have choice, we have to take it. Do we have better choice than take? Of course not. And now the choice between this and this, we have to understand. King f4 looks more natural, but yeah, king f4 of course, because king f5, he played king g2, and then it will be draw because king is far. Yeah, so king f4 of course, and now we simply promote. And he's winning end game after queen e2 check and king g3. Um, Queen h5. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Okay, what is this? I'm not sure that my time shows correct. Is for me it's like 8:36. Okay, but let me check. So rook f2 I want to take. Rook f2, if he takes then queen d1 f2, yes, that's the solution. Okay, this should be winning. Rook g2 check, king h1, and then rook b2, not allowed. Yeah. Alright, what is this? Should be some kind of check and then queen f8, not allow this check and this check, yes, this is for sure. We just take. 15 minutes to go only. Okay, then I will make break. I will need to eat something and then I come back. Thank you guys. Okay, I will check. I will just put it in live chess now to control situation. It says it's 22 minutes. It's a countdown we see here. 22 minutes still. Yeah, it's a 20. Yes. All right. I will go to break. See you later, guys. Katsin Shinken, hello. Good evening. How are you doing? Hello, Mr. Sabon. Nice to see you again. Jigsaw does. Hello, man. Blunder Dragon. Blunder Dragon follows Blunder James Blunder. Thank you, guys. Let's have fun. I'm not expecting any good result here, but just for fun. After this tonight, I'm going to share with you Karpov games. We can continue to see his games. The Whistler, hello again. Go full beast mode. Mhm. Right now, I'm in monkey mode. I'm eating banana. Can monkey become beast? Usually in movies, monkey became a human, like humankind. So this tournament, it's only 10 rounds. There is no qualification to 8. So we're back to... No, we don't need top 8. We just need to play for result. That's all we are doing here. Polar Beer, hello. Nice from you, man. How are you doing, Polar Beer? It's my snake is the yellow one. This one. Do you recognize this fruit? And also I have very nice Georgian water here. It calls Likani. Also Borjomi is nice and Nabiglavi. So who was in Georgia or some Georgians in chat, they understand what I'm talking about. But this Likani is also very cool. I'm tired, no sleep. Yeah, that's actually my normal mood. Nothing new for me, Polar Bear, believe me. So in that case, I just drink a lot of coffee. Lot of coffee and chess. Water of life, isn't that translation of vodka? Exactly, that is translation. Sipeiki, hello. Arnito, hello, thank you very much for wishing good luck. One Beacon, thank you for following. And we are starting in 2 minutes and 23 seconds, guys. Thank you, guys, thank you. Arcodi, was it a raid from Fiancetta? More vodka, yeah. Thank you, guys. You see the countdown, right? It says 1 hour, 1 minute 50 seconds more. Okay, thank you very much. Let's enjoy together the games. So, who don't know, the format is 10 rounds. Simply 10 rounds, free tournaments, 3 plus 1 the time control. There is no any qualifications or this stuff. Okay, I will go. I need a special for you. I will go one King Indian and one B3. So first when I will play with white, I will play B3, and if somebody play D4, I will play knight F6 and G6. I promise. That's what I will do. Okay, so what is this? 1 minute left. So get ready, guys. Let me let me drink this beautiful Georgian water. D4 knight f6. G4 I never played, but I remember computer on ICC in beginning of 2000 was playing. I think his username was Rebel Rex. It has very high rating. Well, he was a monster of that time. It was around 20 years ago, 1920, something like that. 20 seconds to go. Okay, let's get ready. Okay, I will play one Benoni, special for you, Andromeda. So one King's Indian, one Benoni, and one B3, I promise. Other things I not promise. Let's see. Okay, starting. Okay, B3, as I promised. One promise I did. Bishop B2, Knight F3, tricky move. Not allowing the G6 line. After E3, there was G6. Okay, and Parakovsky one Jobava London I will play. Okay. Okay, next game I will play Benoni. The idea after D5 to play C4. I will play next game Benoni, and then after that I will play uh, Jobava London, and after that I will play King's Indian. C4. This pawn is too far from the main. Uh, I had this game against So Wesley and had strategically winning game in World Cup, but with one move I slipped away and we made draw, unfortunately, and then I lost in tie breaks. It was so sad. Okay, Rook C1. He played C5, isn't it? And I played Bishop E5. Yeah. Sometimes G4 is idea here and H4. Can be interesting. Okay, let's go. You wanted some creation here. Get it. If Bishop H6, H4 very unpleasant. If Bishop goes there, then G5, Knight E4. So G4 looks logical move. Black already has to be very careful here. Because this pawn is weak. Hello, guys. Okay, let's open up position. And some Bishop H5 coming. He has to take and play Knight H7, I guess. I can play H5, H6 also. But okay, I will take H. He has to take and play Knight H7, I guess. I will play Bishop H5, Knight G5, and then Bishop G6, I guess. Okay, let's sacrifice. Let's sacrifice. I'm not sure about this, but let's do it. Because I just want to do it. I will take, I will put this queen here. We see I have great compensation. He should take with knight. Now this is weak. Also, I want to play king b2, connect the rooks. I'm not sure. So c5, probably knight e4 here. Black's position, practically point, looks extremely dangerous. Okay, king e2. I sacrifice the piece. Was not necessary, but I'm just in mood of that to do it like that. After d, I will play e3, I guess, to keep this strong structure. Okay, what we do next? CD, he takes. Rook h7, rook e4, queen h3, bishop h6 he has, unfortunately. That's unpleasant. That's quite unpleasant news. That's quite unpleasant news. I don't know what to do here. I'll play knight c5. I need to keep this knight on the board. and put on. Maybe I mix it up. I should not sacrifice this bishop. Maybe that way. Maybe bishop g7 I could take and then knight e4. Yeah, that was good decision, I guess. t4, knight e6, rook h7. This kind of ideas maybe. I'm not sure. t4 is not so strong because after d I have always this d4. Hmm. Okay, let's bring this back to e4. I'll play d3 probably. Queen d4. Yeah, my position is bad already. Maybe I'm losing. The first round, if I lose first round, that would be disaster. I mean, so that would be very unpleasant beginning. Very unpleasant beginning, guys. d3. Okay, let's play d3, attempting him to take. Maybe queen g6 works or rook h7. I don't know. Something I have to do. Okay, let's take this guy. Knight f8. Can play queen h5, maybe queen h8, rook f1. Okay, some chances still I have. I still have some chances here. Here he decides. Looks very dangerous for him now because he cannot take this mate. Rook f6 hangs. Okay, now his position again seems very bad. But I have to be careful still. Okay, let's play king t1. Avoid this pin. For him, it's hard to make moves. Queen h3 maybe. Queen b4. Okay, but queen b4 is not a threat. I just take here because this knight is protects. Now I take, and now I'm winning. Now I'm winning this dubious game. Okay, this also hangs. Okay, good game. After opening, I had big advantage, but then I mixed it up. Obviously. Now let me go back. What I did. 1 second, guys. Let me go back. Yeah, I think somewhere here I made a mistake after FG. Let me guess. Let me guess. Seems to be very bad for him in this position. Maybe queen h3 here was queen h3. Look at this move, attacking the knight. Yeah, this was the move. And the point that in case of bishop h6, I have this bishop g7 here. Thank you, Ivanov, Levan. Thank you, Madloba. Yeah, and this collapse here. Queen h3 was a good move, I guess. He should take, then I take on h7. He goes here, and then I probably play knight d5, and all his pawns are weak. Yeah, this was a good continuation, I guess. After queen g4. Then what I played here? I played knight e4, dubious move. Instead of king a2, rook h7, he had this rook e4. That's why I didn't play it. Polar beer, bravo. And then he takes here. Okay, no matter. The first games always was hard for me, no matter of opponent. Let's check some games, I guess. Big Fish, Fedosiev with White against Joy Roger, another Russian player. Ron Jens, thank you. Hello. It was you, Ronjan. It was you play against me now, or yeah, I think you had a big advantage because I mixed it up with this 94. Maybe Queen H3 was good move instead of 94. Queen H3, and then it's hard to defend. Okay, let's go next. Who is playing? You are Eric Ronka. Cool. Thank you for game, man. Bernie, thank you for following. Shaking too much. Yeah, okay. I mean, this is typical blitz game. In the opening, I think c5 was better instead of d6. Like Saul played against me, then bishop e5, d6, bishop d3 I played. And in the opening, later he also played very bad, and he got strategically lost position. But and it was in classical, so understandable that in blitz is even much harder. Yeah, I mean, probably black was winning some way. Yeah, Ronka is from Finland, rated. Uh-huh, okay, cool. Hmm. Globe. Some Russia player against Indian guy, Arjun Erigal EC. Only black has chances to win. They need to somehow march this king on c2. Rook b2 was the move, by the way, and then fork on d2. Objective should be draw, but black still have chances now if they somehow manage to. Yeah, now not easy because this knight will give chance. Aha, rook g5. Now white loses his pawn, and now black has real chances. Rook a5, then rook a1. Rook a5 was the move. Game. Then king c2. Okay, he traps this knight, and game is over. Okay, black is one. Let's see some other games. Okay, no more other games. Now I will play Benoni. If somebody play d4, let's see. Jackie, let's go. Is it Romanian flag or not? Yeah, let's go Benoni now. Yes, I promised. And then I will play King's Indian next one. The classical approach by white. After knight c4, black has knight b6 move or knight e5. Okay, a6, a4 now he'll play. B8. This line was very popular all days. So he played h3 to avoid knight e5. He wants to meet with f4. g5 not possible because of knight c4 here. So black has to find some useful move ideas here. I didn't play it long time. So okay, let's play h5, h4 here. Try to create some chances there. Because after f4 now this square will become weak. Now knight h5, occupating this square, and I want to play knight e5. Yeah. So now knight e5. This usually this exchange is good for black here because this knight became passive on c3. Okay, this gonna I'm gonna take it. Um, what's going on here? Bishop d7, no logical move is either b5, so he has to play a5 himself. I will play b5, then rook b6, rook b4 here. This is not how white has to play Benoni, of course. I got everything. I just have everything here. Is he wants to sacrifice or what? After c4, yeah, maybe he wants to sacrifice. Let's take it. Okay, e4 looks very tempting here. Let's play e4 because using this pin here. His position are really dubious. After rook e4, I have bishop d4 check, for example, and he need to give me exchange. c4 is also possible. Position with big advantage. I guess c4 is good move after rook e4, then rook e8, then bishop e8, and then check on b6. Then knight g3 check. We're using these black squares. Hello, guys. Okay, should be bad for some reason. Can I just take an bishop g5 he wants to play, yeah? Then f6. But this seems to be more practical view, and then I want to take, yeah. Objectively position is very bad for white here. I want to take this pawn. Also c4 is a threat. I'm doing perfect, Sergey. Hello. We're playing second round. For this attack. I think he just blunders c4. Now position is hopeless for white. Yeah, Benoni can be a dangerous weapon in blitz if opponent don't know what he's doing. Yeah, thank you, listener. Okay, this is probably just desperation. He can simply resign. Just no sense to continue this game. Okay, let's put this knight here, closer to his king. Let's attack. Okay, I mean, so much wins that I can simply relax here. But okay, I will pick up this pawn. Why not? Okay, let's play queen e6. One more attack to this poor pawn. I don't understand why he continued to play this game. I mean, game is totally lost. You are piece down. You are 10 pawns down. I have million of time. What's the point to play this? If I lost this, I will not stream 1 week. I'm telling you in advance. A minimum 1 week. What the hell he is playing for? I mean, this is just insane. Or what? What's the point of this play? I mean, I really don't understand. I mean, okay, resign, yeah. What's the point? You lost. What? Not first time, not last time. I mean, why to play like that? Some masochistic mood or what? I mean, okay. So Hikaru is black. I don't think he was disrespectful. Probably it's just his habit. Because there is a Russian strong grandmaster Sergei Volkov, for example. He also had such a habit to play with anyone. He just liked to play till the end. Sometimes he was I don't know with two rooks down, queen down, and two pieces down or something. But continue. Yeah, Likani. I don't know watch power, but it's nice to drink it. Barcraft. Thank you for following. First I thought it's Warcraft, but then it was Barcraft. Welcome, welcome. Okay, next black, as I promised, I will play King's Indian, and next white, I will play d4, knight c3, bishop f4 with any player. I don't care. It's Wagner playing. What do you mean Wagner? Lovecraft is some Russian guy. Okay, game is over. And let's see other games. Siberian Elephant. Vladislav Kovalyov not Kovalyov. It's Vladimir Artemiev made a draw with white here. So they probably just repeat moves here like this. Okay. Who is playing here? Big Fish. Big Fish with black is winning here. Big Fish. How big is this fish? How much is the fish? It reminds me, Scooter. You remember such a song? One of the best song of Scooter. How much is the fish? Punish him in the final. Yeah, but I mean, this is just 10 rounds. This is not qualification to, because qualification to Speed Grand Prix is over. So this is just 10 rounds and that's it. Just Swiss tournament. It's a traditional title Tuesday. There is not any qualification because it's over. The Speed Chess Grand Prix final will start on 26th of October, so in 6 days. And I will play. There will be an invitational knockout of 16 players tournament on 25th of October in 5 days, and the winner of it advance to the final. So it will be very important, and I will stream it, I guess. Yeah, there is not etiquette. Yeah, 1 second. Who is Leon Beast? Washila Graf. Who is black? He's winning here, piece, and no chances. White. Who also playing? Renato. Black is winning. Then just punish him. Chess Queen. Chess Queen, I guess it's a Kostyniuk, right? Yeah, so it's just dead draw here. We can. Oh, rook d3. Oh my! Knight f1 he should play. Oh, that was painful. That was painful blunder, bro. Chess Queen. What's the Huti October? 25th of October, I invite you to support me, guys. We will play 8 evening by Georgian time. It's Central Europe, it will be 6 evening. So one last game in this round remains. So black is with queen. Queen c2, come on, queen c2, queen a4, king c3. Do it. This is wrong, but still winning, of course. But with 2 seconds, not so easy to win this. Queen a5 was good move. Cutting. Now, and stalemate, rook c4. Rook c4! How did he play rook c4? Come on. This is insane. Oh my. Draw. Wow, 50 minutes, 50 moves. Bro. Okay, we're starting next game. LPChess, hello. Okay, as I promised, I will play d4 and knight straight. Buffy, can you guys check who is this guy? Some grandmaster from Turkey. Check please. Aha, he goes for this line. Okay. Sanal Wahal. Okay, knight b5. It's Sanal Wahal. Okay. This tricky line. Tricky line from white. This guy I'm gonna eliminate, of course, without any doubts. Okay, let's play castle first. Okay, let's put this knight here. So we need to block position now somehow, like knight a4, then play on black squares. Knight c6 is a positional threat, so he's playing correctly. Knight a4, I guess cd, ed, then c3. Knight d3, I can occupy this square. In case of c3, I will break him here. His pawns are bad here. So far, it's Burat Firat. Burak Firat. Oh, I know. We are in good relation. Yeah, one of the strongest probably, Vasily Morozov. Lot of grandmasters from Kharkov. Elianov, for example, Moisenko, lot of. Okay, So what is this? Can we put knight here? You play knight d7 probably. Okay, let's play c3 first. Support this knight. I don't want to lose it. Rook one logical move. Will be useful to play something like h3 some moments. Okay, this knight I cannot keep here. I want to put, yeah, that's why he played. Alright. 1 second, guys. Let's play knight d3. So knight d7 probably he will play. Okay. Rook c1, I guess, useful move. Sometimes to play b3. Okay. Bishop b5, some moment he want to play here. Okay, let's play bishop e3. Maybe I want to play knight c5 here. Very complex position. Okay, he decided to give it. Alright. Queen b5 is the one way. Knight c5. He will take a knight c4. Okay, he found good ideas. I must avoid to exchange. Queen b5, knight c4, b3 is possible. Okay, let's try. Knight c4, maybe b3. Ah, no, b3 is... he takes a bishop g5. I forget about this idea. Oof. Bishop f4 is a good move, probably. I'm taking knight c4, not allow rook b8 here. I just want to keep his weakness. I didn't want to take on b6 myself. Yeah, now position we are good. Protected c4 square. My king is a little bit weak. I need to play bishop f2 then. Ah no, bishop f2 then I lost control of the... Okay, position is maybe equal actually. Nobody probably is better here. He will now double rooks, I guess. He wants to play against this move. Let's play g3 and king g2, I guess. Because this king is weak here. King g2, bishop f2, we need to wait, I mean, not hurry here. Yeah, he wants to double rooks. Okay, king g2, and then I'll play bishop d2. Very complex. This queen is untouchable here. He wants to play queen b5. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. So play queen a3, not allows it. Okay. Rook e3, no, rook e3, bishop g5 he wants to play. He wants to penetrate here. Okay, off. I made pre-move. Okay, after this f4 at least I have some rooks. Ah, okay, I blundered this, yes. cd, rook c1 and rook c2 check. He wants king h2, king h4. There is a mate or what? Maybe there is a mate actually. I have to accept and go for that. I mean, I don't have choice. Maybe it's mate. Maybe there is mate, maybe not. Let's see now. Rook h2, I have queen e7, I guess, only move. I don't know. Ah, it's a mate in 2. Oh my, I just blunder. Okay. Good game. Good game, good game. Yeah. Nice tactics he made. What can I do? Happens, 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 happens. Okay, this is not so tragic lost because it's not qualification to top 8, it's just tournament, right? So happens. Happens. I lost. I pre-moved rook e3 move. Unfortunately. Yeah, rook e3. I just wanted to show. Sick. I should play queen b2 of course first. Yeah, queen b2 or whatever. I mean any move, but not rook e3. Okay, happens. What to do? Was it third round? Yes, maybe after next round it will be break. Maybe. Yes, after fourth round. So let's try not to lose now. It's the fourth round. I hate to lose before break. Do I work sometimes on chess with music? Sometimes yes, mostly no. Yeah, it was mate. Queen e4, Queen e5. Forget about Queen e5 completely. After Rook h2, I should play King f4 immediately and run to e5 and d6. So it was not so clear, I guess. I don't see the mate. King f4 first. Yeah, it's raining. So Rook h2, King f4, Queen h2, King e5, King d6, and he has seconds. I have still Bishop up. But okay, I just forget about. Yeah, instead of Queen e7, yeah, King f4 was good move. But okay, I just out of shape this game. What to do? Everything go wrong. What happened here? Ah, black won. Amin Tatababey is white. German Bazev. Who is German Bazev? Like he's pushing her. Will be draw normally. Okay, this is senseless continuation of the game because it's a 1 second increment. Vidit versus Mikhailevsky. Vidit won. Couple of bishops are strong argument. Evgeny Nair. Okay, after bishop d4, I have bad position, of course. Alexander Zubov. Okay, why to analyze this? I mean, blitz games. It's not smart decision. Okay, there was white win. I think Tigr в шляпе. It's Kamsky. Yeah, it was draw. This Amin still playing or what? Incredible. They still playing here. Mikhail Smyslov, hello. They still playing this unnecessarily. What the hell they're doing here? Midnight Fox. No, I just lost now. 2 out of 3. I don't understand what's going on here. Brilliant play by boss, they say. Making some progress. Good game. Okay, let's go. Unfortunately, no King's Indian. It's not so easy to catch this bishop here because I always support it with pawn from here. I want to go long castle. But first I'll play h5, I guess. Oh, but why not long castle actually? Knight is 3 he maybe play now. We have some knight b5 ideas. Okay, let's go long. H5, f6, g5 ideas is coming. Maybe even sacrifice. Okay. I'll mix it up something. Should not allow it to play like that. What I'm doing? Position is already bad, yeah? He's just playing c5 here. Okay, let's put this guy here, I don't know. I will try somehow queen c7 and e5 maybe. c6 probably I have to take. The knight b6 and important the bishop looks here. The position of course is very suspicious. Hmm. Okay, we need to start distracting in the center somehow. b6 is coming. b4. b4. Position should be lost, of course. I'll put knight here. Control these squares after b6. Maybe some h5, bishop g4 ideas I will have. Let's go. And 5 or 4. Both sides are attacking. Okay. One second, I will restart my chat because I don't see any of your messages, guys. Okay, okay, it needs to be played, I guess. Okay. Should be lost. This guy will do change. Okay, he wants to come here now. Oh fuck, this check I forget. I forget about that check, guys. It's sad news. Very sad news. It's very sad news. That was very, very sad news. She wants to give me check and I don't see this. Check. Everywhere is checks. Everywhere are checks. It's like only move. Sick. What I'm doing, huh? Okay, I will not play for this time. I will just resign. I mean, I play so bad today. Simply bad play from me. And lost before the break, yes? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll probably just withdraw this tournament because I cannot play. I simply withdraw. I'll simply withdraw this tournament. When it's going wrong, nothing to continue. One second, I don't see anything. Let me start again these messages. Thank you for following, guys. I will change the title and we can see some Karpov games, I guess. Okay, guys, let's see some much more interesting stuff here than these stupid blitz games. Let me find these games. So last game, I guess, was against Kasparov, if I remember well. Let me find where exactly we are staying. Let me find. Yeah, okay. I will write. I will write. So, Chris Banjo, thank you for subscription, man. Appreciate. Uh, so we start from the match. Anatoly Karpov with white against Gary Kasparov. Thank you for subscription. Moin Leut. That was something long name. Sorry, I had no time to see, but thank you. I appreciate. Welcome, Karpov. It was in the match of first match, 27th game, 27th game match. So 94, 55, 55. Okay, I will put it like this. 27th game. Yeah, Karpov time. So, do you see? I hope you see the. I hope you see the letters. You see the letters, right? Anatoly Karpov versus Garry Kasparov match, 1984, 85, 27th game. All right, let's go, guys. So knight f3 was played by Karpov. d5, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3. This is a queen's gambit. Bishop e7, bishop g5, and h6 by Kasparov. White has a choice, or instantly take on f6. This calls Petrosian variation, or retreat to h4. And it can lead after castle e3, b6 to Tartagor Bondarevsky, Makagonov. Or sometimes after bishop h6 and b6, then later white can take on f6 and use this weakness here, and also bishop goes to b7. But in this game, Karpov decides to play bishop f6, e3, castle, and queen c2 he plays. c5 by Kasparov. So we see that this bishop is passive. Also, black is trying to open position, especially when they have this strong bishop. So c5 was played with the idea to open the diagonal for this bishop. And dc played by Karpov. Karpov says that in that time they both had almost like same repertoire. This position also was played in a game between Kasparov with white against Timan. It was played in a few months before this match in London. Can you imagine? So first Kasparov played with white, and now he plays with black this position. And Timan answered with Queen A5 here. And after CDED, long castle by Kasparov, attacking twice this pawn. Bishop E6 was played. Knight D5, Rook C8. And after King B1, he convincingly win this game. And now he has to fight against himself. So instead of Timan's Queen A5, Kasparov go to another direction. He take on C4 immediately here. Bishop C4 and Queen A5. So difference that he not allows this CD and isolating this pawn. Castle by Karpov. And Bishop C3 here by Kasparov. The point after Queen C5 and Knight E4, attacking both pieces, and take here and Rook F D1. White would have quite strong pressure here on because they have better development. Also, Bishop is good. After Knight C6, maybe we can even transfer it to somehow like E4, Bishop B5, because not easy to develop. Maybe Bishop D7 is a good idea here to put Bishop here first. Anyway, that's why Kasparov took on C3 himself, Queen C3, and now he takes here BC. He um, he like destroyed Wine's pawn structure on the queen side, but he's a pawn down, and he wants to regain one pawn back. He plays knight d7 here, attacking the pawn, and c6 strong move. Obviously, if allow knight c5, then this pawn and this pawn will be weak, and over c5 will be stronger counterplay. So c6 was played. And bc was played. Rook a b1, taking this file. Knight b6, bishop e2, c5. Dirk, hello, good evening. How are you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. And now rook fc1 played by Karpov. Very strong move here. And this is a first of a series of very precise moves. More natural was rook fd1 to take this file, open file. Uh, but in future it only could lead to the exchanges and more trades of rooks. So he played rook fc1 here. And this rook now makes prophylaxis work, uh, protecting c um, uh, pawn, and also not takes this important square for bishop. But only in few moves we will understand what's the point. Bishop b7 played by Kasparov. After the game, commentators criticized this move, um, and they was advising to play bishop d7 here, controlling b5 square. And for example, like king f1, then rook fd8, then rook c8, and try to hold position. It was played in game between Novikov and Sturwa in 1985, 1 year later of this game. So let's see. Bishop b7, king f1, bishop d5 played by Kasparov. It was possible also not allow rook b5 with the bishop c6 here. And after knight e5, bishop a4. So not allow this, and bishop b5, take, then rook fc8. This knight makes good job, not close this 8 file, not allow rook b7, also not allows knight c4. And knight d3 would be good move, attacking here, forcing c4, knight b2. And still black has some unpleasant position here. This pawn is weak. We will play king e2, then rook d1, then a4, a5 idea. So this pawn like chaining blacks. Also unpleasant for them. After bishop a4, in this position, instead of bishop b5, bishop a6, taking control of this square. And after rook f d8, king e2 here. With a threat of knight d3 attacking pawn, and we cannot support it with rook here. So this is all very like nuances, but Kasparov played bishop d5 attacking his pawn. Rook b5 by Karpov. So this rook goes to ideal position to a5 here. Um, and bishop a2 is untouchable here. Duo of c4 closes this diagonal, and idea is rook c2 here, for example, and take this bishop. That's why Kasparov played knight d7. Much more stronger was rook a c8 here, and after rook a5, rook c7. This rook controls both of pawns, and after c4, bishop a8. This was the most like best way for black. Probably after knight d2, knight b3 was idea. He would play rook c8, king f8, king d7, and holds. But Kasparov in this position played knight d7, and this leads to material losses. Yeah, rook on c1 is strong. Yeah, rook a5 by Karpov, protecting and also chaining this rook here, and also attacking. We see how strong this rook here. Rook fb8 looks logical, taking file, but c4 was played. Using that black cannot take, bishop e2 loses the rook. Bishop 6 was played here by black. And knight e1. This is a famous move of this game. Knight e1. Very strong idea here. Before they go to assault, first they retreat back. Uh, this was comment of Karpov. This looks very strange. So rook b4 here, with either rook a4, and exchange this strong rook, and bishop d1 very strong. Another strong move, controlling this square. All of a sudden, this rook makes a good job here, protecting this pawn. And also knight d3 is coming. Yeah, now black cannot do anything against knight d3, knight c5 here. So Kasparov will simply go back, f3 by Karpov. Why f3? Why not knight d3? I'm just curious. Anyway, he would play rook c8. Aha, okay. After knight c, rook c8, we cannot take here twice because we're losing the game after check here and take this rook. So that's why he played f3 first. Rook d8 and knight d3 here. g5 by Kasparov. Anyway, this pawn is lost, so he tries to create some chances on other side. And bishop b3 played by Karpov. The point that after knight c5, this was actually trap. In case of knight c5, there was knight c5, rook c5, and rook b2 strong move. And we give this bishop, and after rook dd2, it's very good chances to draw here. Yeah, it's always important to ask yourself what opponent wants. So bishop b3, he closes this file, also supports both pawns. King f8 by Kasparov, we take on c5 here. And still white will have to make a huge work here to convert this pawn. Rook d6 by black, king e2, controlling these squares, king e7, logical continuation, rook d1. So it's important to eliminate exchange one rook, because with double black has more chances to for counterplay. For example, they can double and then threat. So rook d1, rook d1, bishop d1 was played. No, sorry, king d1, king d6, and rook a5. So this rook controls a5, reduces the activity of this rook. f5. So Kasparov is trying to do something on the king side, yes? h5, h4, g4. This is his ideas. King e2, protecting this square. h5. This was played in this game. Yeah, Kasparov trying to create chances with all his power. But with last move, he create he make weak this pawn. And white is using this moment. He plays e4 here, attacking f5 pawn and using this is hanging here. So fe was played, fe and bishop e4 by Kasparov. Rook g5, protect and same time attacking. Also c5 is a threat. So bishop f5 looks like only move, uh, covering this rank. And then if we take, there will be a check and take here. This pawn is untouchable. And maybe it was good idea to fix this pawn on the white square after h4 here, and then maybe g3. And for example, rook f7 variation could be, then king e3 here, bishop g4, then c5 check, king c6, then bishop a4 check here, king c7, then bishop e8, attacking rook and also attacking this pawn. And after rook h7, something like bishop g6 here, rook h6 and bishop e4. Ideal position for bishop, controlling c6 square, controlling h7, then rook g7 will come. But this is not necessary for black, like an example, what could be happen. But Karpov played king e3, attacking this pawn now, h4. So now all suddenly this pawn is unpleasant here. King d4 played by Karpov. In case of rook h5, probably would be rook g7 unpleasant move, attacking this pawn. So that's why after this he played king d4 here. He wants to play c5 check. So Kasparov played himself e5 check, king c3 and bishop b1 here, chaining this bishop to a pawn. And also this bishop controls this square. a3 by Karpov to have possibility to activate this bishop. Rook e7 with idea push this pawn. Rook g4 played by Karpov. And this move he wrote down, and the game was adjourned. So it means that both teams was analyzed this position very much, and yeah, it was concluded that this position very sharp with lot of ideas from both sides, uh, and the team was solving a few study kind of positions to solve this to win to find winning chances. So h3, strong move by Kasparov here. In case of passive defense, rook h7, uh, he was going to fix this pawn here with h3. In case of e4 here, uh, not rook h4 because e3 too, but bishop d1 was strong, and the idea is that after e3 we will block it on e2. So after that, uh, rook f7 with idea activating rook, king d4, controlling this pawn, and also c5 is the idea. And after king d4, rook f2, only chance to try to activate some activity on the back rank. And after rook f2, c5 check here. King 6 is a bad because of check. So king e7 will be only move, but bishop b3 now to play bishop d5. And after rook d2 check, king c3, rook d3 check, there would be king b2. And after e3, with idea king b1, e2, there would be simply a bishop a4 move here, attacking this bishop. After e4, there's a check, and we take this uh, pawn. 1 second, but yes, after rook b3, probably was winning. What was winning after rook b3 here? By the way, I'm just thinking. King b3, rook g7 maybe. No, bishop b3, bishop b3 probably, and after e2, rook g7 maybe. I want to take this e file somehow. Yes, and king f8 would be only move. How we stop this pawn? And rook g8, king e7, bishop a4, without the rook e8, but bishop g6. What the hell? I think he missed this variation of the bishop e4. He says that it's winning. Why bishop a4? I don't understand. Why not bishop c4 here? Bishop c4 is the simplest way, yes? And just game is over. Yeah, okay. This is all variations here. In the game, Kasparov found h3 strong move. So black is counting now that white will accept the sacrifice, and after rook h7, they will suddenly have chances here. This rook will become much more active, yes? After rook g3, king c5, then rook h4, blocking this pawn, and then try to push. But Karpov played g3. Of course, they will analyze this at home. Uh, in a second, guys. Let me restart this stupid chat because I don't see anything what you're writing. So g3 was played. Rook. What the hell? Rook b8 was played here. Rook b8 because he wants to penetrate on f file here. Immediately not possible because of c5 check, and then we take this rook here. So rook b8 was played, and rook g7 by Karpov here. He attacking this pawn, but only hope for black is this pawn. So rook f8 he played here. So I'm just curious, why not rook h5 here? This rook h5 was not possible in this position. Try to eliminate this strong pawn. What I'm missing, guys? Maybe e4 was unpleasant here. And after rook h3 is 3. And this is going, yes? g4, then rook e8 here. But if I play bishop d1, then what happens here? Hard to understand what's going on here. So why rook h5 was bad here? Why Karpov played rook g7 instead of rook h5? Just cannot guess what was the point here. Hmm, very complex end game. Maybe rook f8 anyway, and after rook h3, probably check. Attacking the bishop. In case of king b4, there is also check here. So king b2, then bishop f5, attacking rook, rook h6 check, then king c5, some activity probably for black here. And then we push it. Okay, let's see. Karpov decided to play rook g7, take this pawn here. Rook f8 was played by Kasparov, only chance. Rook a7, rook f2. We see that this pawn is attacked here. King b4. So I absolutely understandable this position. They analyzed both sides because uh, it was quite force ideas. Rook h2 in this position. There was beautiful victory after rook b2 with either bishop a2 here. So c5 would happen. Only move is king c6 here. And after king c6, king c4 with either give mate on a4. And bishop c2, not of course not take here because then we take, then check, and then take on h2 withdraw. But after bishop c2, there was check on a6 here. King c7, because this was losing immediately after check, protecting bishop, and after king c7, king c3, and attacking rook, attacking this bishop, and pawn and game is totally lost because after king 6 we simply play king c4, the king stopped this pawn, and these two passers are going forward. So after rook is rook a6, king c7 would be a natural move, and bishop c2 now, rook c2, and this king have this square now. That's why rook a6 was strong. And after rook h2, there would be rook a7 check here. And king b8. In case of king c8, there would be rook h7. So this rook has to control this pawn. And after rook h1, with either h2 and give check and promote, there would be king d6 move. After h2, there would be a rook h8 check, king b7, and then this important check here. And after king b6, c7, white is winning here. Because unfortunately for black, they cannot do anything. After rook d1, we eliminate this pawn, and you have to waste time to take here. And after rook h2, it's a winning position. G pawn is winning. That's why after rook a7, king b8 is a good move here. But rook h7 anyway, rook h1 to compare that variation. Now it's not possible. King d6 because of h2, and after rook h8 check, there is king a7 and no check on after c6. That's why king e4 here. And after h2, white in time to play king f3, and after rook f1, they have this king g2 move. And after king f3, e4 is a move. After rook a1 here, there would be rook h2, rook a3, king g4 move here. This pawn is very important to keep on board, and then white want to play rook e2 here. After rook c2, rook c3, rook e2 here, rook c5. Looks like black restored pawn deficit, but this king is so far, and this is decisive. And after king e5, white is winning because they will take on e5. Then this rook will cut black on the e file, and then this pawn will promote. That's why rook a1 is losing, so e4 would be last chance. But king g2 here, rook c1, then king h2. After e3, rook stops it. And after rook c5, there would be rook f7. No, I mean rook e7, rook c4, then g4 here. And after e3, king g3. Protecting this pawn, this will be lost, and king is so far. And also for any case, there is one more pawn here. Yeah, this how black would lost if they would play rook b2 in this position. But Kasparov take rook h2, c5 check, king b5 is that a mate doesn't work because of bishop d3, I guess. There's a pin. So Karpov decided to give check, king c6, and bishop a4 check, king d5 only move, rook d7 check, and king e4 played by Kasparov. No, they did not calculate. I think it was analyzed at home because the game was adjourned before. Uh, king e6 does not save the game because of c6 here. Rook b2 check, then bishop b3. Yeah, very very cool game. Bishop b3. This famous game. Rook b3 has to be sacrificed here. King b3. Now bishop e4, attacking here and supporting h2 pawn. But rook d8, white play. And after bishop 6, otherwise c7, there is rook h8, bishop g2, and then a4 here. And after king f5, we cut. It's very important in endgame to remember this, that you have to cut all the time. Uh, king reduce the activity of the opponent's king. So rook h4 is very technical move, cutting king from the first rank. Then this pawn will move forward. In case of e4, this will come and block this pawn, and game is over. That's why in this position, Kasparov played king e4, but c6 anyway. Rook b2 check, and strong move king a5 here. Now Kasparov played rook b8. He wants to put it here because h2 was losing here. c7 strong move with idea bishop 6 check and take this h1. Yeah, and there is no defense. So this will promote. That's why he played rook b8. This position. c7 attacking the rook. Rook c8. Otherwise, if you go here, I will have rook d8 move. In case of check, I will play king b6 and bishop 6 check. So rook c8 was played. King b6 anyway, and king e3 by Kasparov, and bishop 6 strong move, controlling here, h2 with idea bishop e4, but g4 strong move by Karpov here. And this idea not to go forward, the point is to take control over this square, so this bishop cannot support the rook after rook d8 here. So game is over here because, for example, after bishop e4, white simply takes and then play rook h7 and take this and king b7. Yeah, that's why Kasparov played rook h8, try to support uh, this pawn, but it's too late. Rook d1, controlling here, attacking the bishop. Bishop a2 was played here. Rook e1 check, king f4, rook e4 check, king g3, and rook e5. White is using that h1 not possible. We take, and then this will be promoted. And after king g4, rook e2, Kasparov resigned because bishop at the attack, and once you play bishop b3, we simply take on h2, and then this attack, bishop d3 is coming. Yeah. What about pawn e4 for black? Which moment? Which moment after g4? So g4 in this instead of after g4, what he played? Rook h8 here. You mean this move e4 here? Probably simply rook h7. And take this pawn and then win this rook with bishop d7 or king b7 here. So uh, that was a cool game. These ideas of rook fc1, then knight e1, then rook b5, then rook a5, then knight e1, bishop d1. Then pieces goes back and it's getting better position. It was very cool. Let's see another game of Karpov Kasparov, and uh, this is from the second. Uh, I don't remember actually the chronology of this match exactly, but yeah, maybe it was four. But I remember he was winning 5-0, and then was a long streak of draws, maybe 16 or something like that. Long streak of draws. Then Kasparov finally won first game. Then he won two more, and when it was 5-3, score, Campomanes decided to stop the match, and they meet each other on next year. So 1985 they meet each other, and now we're gonna, maybe it was fifth. Yeah, I think it's easy to check on Google. So now we go to the second match on 1985. Let me first of all go back. Let me refresh this game. Yes, and only thing what changed it's that here. Oh, T, hello man, how are you? Nice to see you again. Thank you for donation. 1111, beautiful. I did not see you long time. How you doing, man? Welcome back. So let me 1 second, guys. Change a little change. That it was played 1985, and the game is fourth game of the match. Fourth game of the match. Uh, so Karpov is white. D4. Again, they played this same Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit was one of the most popular in these matches from the both sides. They was using knight f6, bishop g5. Again, this line h6. Again, Petrosian system he plays. Takes and e3, and after castle, queen c2. Yeah, and now in previous game, Kasparov played c5, dc, and dc, and queen a5. And now he prepared this knight a6 move. Yeah, so Kasparov prepared this interesting novelty in this position, knight a3. Ha, best reserve. Appreciate, man. Thank you, man. It's very interesting maneuver of black. Uh, and black is trying to use the little bit vulnerable position of this queen. Sometimes they have this knight before tempo here. For example, after bishop there will be this kind of fork here. For example, also cd is not works without the ed to take care because knight b4 intermediate move, attacking queen and then take care. After queen b6, knight d5, black is okay here. So Karpov played rook d1, looks very logical in advance because black has only active plan to play c5 and brings it center. So c5 played by Kasparov. Obviously, Kasparov analyzed this direction. Queen a5 now. cd was played by Karpov. Knight c5. Looks a little bit decided. Reminds me like Grünfeld system. They also black sacrifice the central pawn and then brick c5 and attacking this knight after queen e5 and bishop usually on g7. And queen d2 was played by Karpov here. After d6 would be bishop d7 and the rook c8 and very strong pressure over c file and this c2 knight will be under danger here. D also after bishop e6 black has enough counterplay. Rook c8 also bishop e2 hangs. Some tactical ideas like this. That's why he plays the safest way. Queen d2 here, eliminating this pin. And after ed he wants to take with knight here. But Kasparov, of course, knew this. He played rook d8. Um, bishop c3 also leads to little advantage of white after queen c3. Queen c3, bc. This rook protects this pawn. And after ed, rook d5. This reminds me of Ragozin system ideas. But black would have some conscience here. They could play b6, and this bishop will go here or here, then rook c8. But pawn is pawn. That's why Kasparov did not go to endgame. He plays rook d8 here, pinning the queen, knight d4. And this is the only way for Karpov to fight for initiative here. In case of bishop e2 in this position, there would be bishop c3, queen c3, and the same variation leads to equal after rook d5 because there is not any more pawn up um, for white. So knight d4 he played, not allow bishop c3, ed, and now at least black has this isolated pawn which white can play against it. So bishop e2, but objectively should be equal position here. Queen b6 by Kasparov. Uh, After knight e6, Karpov want to play knight b3, and in case of bishop c3, not queen c3, but bc, and white has better prospects here. After castle, bishop a little bit better, sometimes even c4 is possible. But Kasparov played queen b6 in this position, castle, and knight e4. This was his idea, attacking this knight here. Uh, Karpov thinks that after knight e6, knight f3 still was some problems for black. After knight e4 here, d, knight f6 destroys this pawn structure and then take queen e3 here. Yeah, still unpleasant in the game for black, but also could be very close for draw. But Kasparov plays knight e4 in this position. Obviously not knight e4 because d and this will be under attack here. And so bishop d7 will come, rook comes here. So queen c2. Only hope for white in this position is that this isolated pawn. Knight c3, queen c3, bishop e6. So this kind of position was not so suitable for Kasparov. Yeah, we all know that his style was to get some advantage in the opening or get some activity, some active positions, and this in this kind of position he should very passionately with big passion defend very passively without any chance to win. Yes, I mean because this positions like normally is for two results, or white win or it's draw, because black cannot win these positions. I mean, if there is a logical continuation of the game. So queen c2 played by Karpov, strong move. Rook c8 and queen b1. So he hides this queen, no more pins, and also this queen protects these post pawns. Nice position. And now he wants to double rooks, and then bishop f3 and attack this pawn. Rook c7 played by Kasparov. He's trying to double rooks. Rook d2, rook d c8. And knight e6, strong decision by Karpov in this moment. Because after rook d1 was possible bishop d4. E leads to equal position, so rook d4 and rook c2 unpleasant move, attacking here, and after rook 4 d2, because this is simply lost, bishop f5, black had chances. We see this was a Kasparov idea, but Karpov in time take on e6 here. And the point that after queen e6, rook fd1, this pawn will sooner or later be lost here. Maybe actually this was a good decision, and then sacrifice this pawn here, I guess, and then to block it on black square, like b6, queen d6, and good chances for draw. But Kasparov took a fee here. We see the complex of white squares became very weak next to king. Let's see what happens now. Bishop g4 by Karpov, immediately uh, attacking the weakness. Because after rook d1, black would play queen b4, controlling this square, and also aiming take on d2, and then rook c1 check, because endgame would be draw. So only with queens on the board, white has chances to use this weakness of the king. From first look, black's position seems to be quite safe, but different of bishops, because this bishop just useless. He shoots nowhere in emptiness, and this bishop shoots on important squares here. So one side which has initiative, usually with opposite bishops, they play kind of like with extra piece on the board. And in the end, this factor decides here. So rook c4 was played, attacking the bishop. h3, useful move, also supporting this very important square. Queen c6 played by Kasparov. Queen d3 by Karpov. The point that queen g6 looked more tempting, but there was queen e8 here. Kick out this queen from the active position, so it was not was useless idea. That's why queen d3 first, to avoid some rook c1 ideas in the future. King h8, rook fd1. Slowly, slowly, white is improving his position, and black cannot do anything. They just have to wait. a5 by Kasparov, b3, attacking the rook. Rook c3, queen e2. We see that black doesn't have any counterplay. Rook f8, played by Kasparov. Uh, After rook c1, still minimum uh, advantage was on a white side. They would take here, queen c1, king h2 in this position, and after queen 6, g3. Then some kind of h4, maybe even fix on h5, and so on. Did you play against Karpov? No, I didn't play a classical game against Karpov. Maybe a couple of blitz games, just long, long time ago, maybe 15 years ago, 14 years ago. So what happened here? Kasparov played rook f8. He wants to keep this active rook on the board. And now Karpov played strong move, bishop h5 here. And yeah, the idea to transfer this bishop to the very important diagonal b1 h7, and then create some tactical chances. For example, it can sometimes goes to b1, and this queen through g4 or h5 aim to go to g6, and will be decisive threats there. b5 was played by Kasparov. It was absolutely necessary to play bishop d8 here, and after bishop g6, play bishop c7. and have his own chances here. And after bishop d3, queen d6, aiming, and g3, queen e5. We see that this queen activated to compare what on c6, and after queen g4, queen f6, controlling this very important square and also this pawn. And black should fold here. But for no reason, Kasparov played b5. And after, yeah, I mean, this position, he played b5, bishop g6, and now he played bishop d8, but it's too late now because bishop d3 with a tempo. We're attacking this pawn, forcing to go b4 and queen g4 now. This is a problem. The threat is queen g6, we see, yes? And queen e8 played by Kasparov, and he maybe thought that can keep this position. But in this position, e4 by Karpov, he's trying to open now black's defense. Bishop g5 attacking the rook, and rook c2 played by Karpov here. Now rook c2 was by Kasparov. The point that in case of queen f7 there would be rook e2 here. So we see that white plays on white squares. Almost all pieces are on white squares here. In case of queen c6 here would be queen e2 protecting the rook. After rook c8, then rook c3 here, and after bc, ed attacking the queen, and after ed, a bishop c2 blocking this pawn. This is weak. Also queen d3 is a threat, so black's position will be quite dubious here. But still, maybe this was a good choice for black. Instead they took on c2, bishop c2. This pawn is attacked. D is a bet because of queen e4. So he played queen c6, queen e2 by Karpov, defending. If he would put pawn here and king here, all his pieces would be on white square. Queen c5 by Kasparov. He's trying to distract white's attention from the threats to his king attacking this pawn. Also, threat is rook f2 now, queen f2, bishop e3, and pin the queen. Of course, Karpov not blundering. He plays rook f1, little bit passive move, but the point is that black cannot do anything. They cannot play actively here. Queen c3 played by Kasparov. Finally, Karpov takes ed, and bishop b1, strong move. This bishop not only attacking this diagonal, but also protecting this pawn. And also now white is free to do something with queen because it's not hangs. This bishop not hangs on c2 anymore. Queen d2 played by Kasparov. Queen e5. The alternative was queen e6 in this position. But he says that at least one piece of white should be on black squares. That's why he played queen e5. Uh, Obviously, it's better not rush after the pawn because it's better to keep queens on the board. Bishop g5, rook d5, rook d8 would lead to immediate draw because we need to exchange. We cannot take here. There would be check, and we take this bishop. And with after we exchange the bishops, it's simply dead draw position. That's why he played queen e5 here. Rook d8 was played by Kasparov. D4 was not better because queen e4, mate in 1 is a hangs, and after king g8, bishop d3, with the ideas like queen h7, bishop c4, or simply take. Uh, but more resistance defense was bishop f6 here, according to Karpov, and after queen f5, king g8 here. But Kasparov played rook d8, queen f5, and king g8. And unfortunately for Kasparov, this position was adjourned. Imagine that Karpov had comfortable time at home, a better position, good chances, and analyze precisely. And the long, precise analysis shows that white has very big potential of attack here. He played queen e6, check in this position, attacking the king, only on king h8. because king f8 leads to mate after bishop g6, aiming queen f7, and in case of queen f4, protecting this square, rook e1 here, and then queen e8 is mate in 2. Yes, this game shows the problems of black. Queen e6, king h8 was played, and queen g6 by Karpov aiming this square, king g8. Uh, he played queen e6 bet, king h8, and bishop f5 in this position. So he wants to now his white's plan slowly to improve position after g3, king g2, h4, and then sometimes rook will be activated over e file or d file. And black simply in very bad shape because they cannot do anything against it. They just need to calmly wait. Exactly the position which Kasparov was not so good in defense. So queen g6, aiming mate, king g8, um, bishop e6 check, king h8. He's playing like a cat versus mouse here, cat mouse play. And now g3 here. Finally, white start to improve position. This queen has to control this square, avoid rook e1. For example, queen f6, there would be check and the rook e1. Very unpleasant move. That's why he played king f8, king g2, slowly improving, queen f6, queen h7 with either rook e1, and Kasparov played queen f7 here. Point was that f4 was a threat. For example, some move, I don't know, like rook d6, there would be f4, and no move for bishop. In case of check, this is rook f2 attacking the queen, and then we take this bishop. Uh, and in case of g6 here, obviously not queen g6, but bishop g6 here. And after queen g7 to exchange, there would be f4, very important move here. And after bishop f6, rook d1. And this position also would be very, very hard to hold because, for example, something like that, slowly white will improve positions. They can even bring this king here, then h4, g4, g5. And with rooks on the board, it's huge chances to win. That's why Botvinnik, Kasparov in this position, um, he played, what he played? 1 second, I lost. Birbuli, hello man, welcome. Let me see. What was played? Queen f7 he played here. And h4 by Karpov attacking this bishop. And he played bishop d2. The point that the other moves also not good. For example, bishop f6, there would be rook e1, finally taking this important file. Rook e8 we cannot play because of bishop g6 here, and attacking queen and attacking the rook here. And after queen g8, queen g6 will be played. Queen f7, and then queen g4. Again, not allow rook e8. And black's position critical here. Bishop e6 is coming, then queen can go back. We see that this bishop absolutely useless. It's not attacking, not defending anything. So, or for example, after h4, if he would play bishop e7 here, would be rook e1 with the threat of bishop e6 or bishop g6 here. So that's why Kasparov played bishop d2, at least trying to control this square. But rook d1 attacking the bishop, bishop c3, rook d3, aiming f3 square with a direct threats. And rook d6 by Kasparov. He wants to bring this rook on f6 here. Uh, for example, queen g8 was losing after queen g6, and after queen f7 there was very important move. Queen b6 attacking the rook, attacking the pawn, and rook f3 next move, or bishop e6, or even bishop g6. That's why rook d6 was played. And now the point was that if white would relax here and play something like rook e3 with either queen h8 check, queen g8 and rook e8 check and winning this queen, this would be a huge blunder because rook d6 not only won't prepare rook f6 but also protect this pawn, and there would be g5 move. or suddenly this bishop controls h8 square, and black is exchange the queens and have draw his position. But rook f3 first. This was a decisive moment. Bishop g6 is a threat. After g5, there will be bishop g6 or bishop e6. Uh, and king e7 is forced here uh, because if black will close this file after bishop f6, for example, then would be rook e3 with the idea queen h8 and rook e8 check. And in case of g5 here, queen h6, and this rook is not protecting the pawn. In the case of rook f6 here, which looks most logical move, would be rook e3 anyway, attacking queen issue. For example, rook f5 leads to this loss of queen and the game. But after rook e3, g5, for example, then queen h8, check here. And now again, this bishop is closed and the same winning. Yeah, some puzzle seams here. King e7 only moves, that's why. And queen h8, strong move by Karpov. This was too hurry, and it was inaccuracy because king had chance to escape to queen side. For example, after check on h8, king c7, then would be queen c8 check, king b6 all suddenly, and after queen b8 attacking here, king c5. And not so easy for white to win this game. This also hangs. Also was big advantage practically, but Karpov not allows this chance after queen h8. He cut this king from d8 square and also wants to penetrate somewhere deeper on b8 here. D4 was played by Kasparov. In case of bishop e5 here, uh, game was over very quick after bishop h3 move, attacking the queen. And after rook f6, we will see why not h3, because rook e3 now, pinning the bishop. And after rook f2, king g1, and this bishop controls f1 square here. And white is winning because this hangs. And in case of king d6, there is a queen b8 check, and we're winning this bishop anyway. That's why Kasparov played d4, probably already in desperation. Queen c8 was played. Queen c7 is a threat, attacking the king and the rook. We see the difference between bishops, yes? It's a feeling like white is attacking with extra piece here. Actually, pawn on c3 would be much better for black than this bishop. Uh, rook f6, trying to protect this rook. Queen c5 check was played. King e8, because king d8 also leads to queen a5 with check. King e8 was played. Rook f4 played by Karpov. He wants to give check from here. And after queen b7, he played rook e4 check here. And king f7. And from first sight, uh, it seems like black is okay, doing okay. But um, yes, also rook e6 was losing here. With either bishop e6 and take queen e4 check and then take this bishop. Because of queen c4 strong move, attacking this rook and game, and after rook e4, queen g8 check, check on g7 and take this queen. And that's why king f7 was played here. But queen c4 check, the symphony of white squares or white buttons or on piano. So white is playing like on white symphony on piano here. King f8 and bishop h7, strong move. This bishop not only protects this rook but also creating mating idea on g8. After bishop h7, rook f7 only move because queen f7 leads to mate after queen c8, queen e8. So rook f7 played by Kasparov, and queen e6 made in one thread, queen d7 and queen e5. And black is resigned here. Queen b8 is a threat, queen c5 is a threat, and in case of rook e7, Karpov prepared queen e4 check here. And rook f7 leads to queen b8 here with mate. Instead of, in case of king e8, there is a uh, bishop g6 check here, king d8, and then check on b8 at least. Then we exchange and take the rook as a minimum. Also check on f8. In case of Queen e7. No, queen d8 here. Queen e7 is just silly because of check. Queen d8, then queen c5 check. Only move rook e7. And then white gives check on f4. King goes to e8, only move. Queen gives check on c6. And rook d7 lost because of bishop g6, rook f7. So queen d7 is only move, but after check on g6, king d8 and rook f8, game is over. Yeah, this was cool game. This was a fourth game of the match. And now let's see cool game, the fifth game of the match. Kasparov lost two in a row. He lost the fourth game and now he lost the fifth game. So he was probably disappointed of that result. Yeah. JTK, what you said, all started with wrong bishop g5 move by black. Think after bishop b6 game would be equal is not better for. No, like I don't know equal or not, but it was whole game very unpleasant for black because they needed to defend it very passively, which was not in spirit of Kasparov. So that was very difficult. So such a great player like Kasparov could not hold. It means there was some problems. So Karpov is with black here. Anatoly Karpov. And game is number 5 this time. Yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, this is not so important now. These details. Important was to follow how Karpov outplay used these little inaccuracies move by move. Yeah, e4 was played by Kasparov. e5, knight f3, knight c6. So we go into the Spanish variation. e6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle. The classical direction. Bishop e7, rook e1, b5, bishop b3, d6. The idea to protect this pawn and to exchange this strong bishop. So c3 is like best move, old move. Castle. Now d4 leads to a very unpleasant pin. That's why h3 usually is the best move. Bishop b7 and d4. Rook e8 played by Karpov. And this move of rook e8 was implemented by um, uh, the Karpov's many years coach and second Igor Zaitsev. And this this system has Zaitsev name. So black is uh, supporting the center and not wasting time on prophylaxis h6 move. Uh, but there is always danger that white will can always repeat and make draw. Lot of draws was agreed like that, by the way. Um, and if black wants to play for win, obviously you need to avoid this move. Knight bd2 was played. Bishop f8. In case of knight g5, rook will defend from here, then we'll kick it out like that. A4 played by Kasparov. Queen d7. Uh, he says that this was a rare move. Usually players would play h6 anyway here. Queen d7 he played. AB by Kasparov. AB, rook a8, and bishop a8. In case of rook a8, knight g5 was moved. And this knight would force to go on d8 to protect this pawn. And knight df3 could be a pleasant move uh, to take on d, and h6 is dubious because of knight f7 here. Knight f7 is in d in this position. And in case of ED here, there is the E5 strong move with either E6. In case of D, the knight E5 attacking triple here. So that's why he took with bishop here to have this rook E7 move. D5 played by Kasparov. He's asking Karpov what he's going to do with this knight. Knight A5 played by Karpov here. Um, he said that in their first match in number 46 game, uh, they already played like that. Knight D8 he played here, and after knight F1, H6, knight 3 H2 was played. Knight B7, then bishop C2 here was played, and with the idea to play B4 and completely trap this knight. So knight C5, that's why Karpov played B4, knight A6, knight G4. This is a common idea in Spanish when white wants to exchange this knight, which put pressure on these pawns. And after C6, they sometimes take, and then this knight can take this square. So knight H7, Karpov avoided in that game. And after knight G3, C6, DC, bishop C6 was played, and bishop B3 strong move by Kasparov, controlling this square, also attacking F7 square here, with either some queen F3, for example. Knight C7 was played, queen F3, knight E6, then H4, controlling this square. And after queen D8, rook D1, Kasparov had a big advantage in this position. He completely squeezed black's position here. Knight A5 is also coming. Yeah, that's why Karpov in this game played another way. He played knight A5, attacking the bishop here. Bishop A2. Uh, White is keeping this bishop on this important diagonal because sooner or later black has to play C6, brings its center, and white will eliminate it, and then this bishop will be very active. C6 played by Karpov. B4, Kasparov attacking this knight. Also, this bishop not allows now knight C4 and knight B7 by Karpov. This knight not stuck here because he have in future knight D8 idea can anyway go to E6 here. For example, knight C4. Ruches, welcome. Title Tuesday was over for me after 4 rounds. I just lost two in a row and just withdraw. I mean, nothing to play. I was in bad shape today. After knight c4, knight c4, b c. There was not bishop c4 because black has contraplay after cd, ed, and then rook c8, attacking this bishop, attacking these pawns. But bishop g5 was very strong move, like Sveshnikov kind of idea. Yes, we need to eliminate this strong knight which looks to these pawns. And in case of cd, bishop f6, gf, then yeah, GF leads to big advantage of the ED because this pawn is weak, and also light squares. Rook E4 is also coming, so D would be the chance to attack this knight and attack this bishop. But after D, then knight E5 using this pin here, and Queen A7 would be the move, attacking bishop. All three light pieces are under attack, but they white are like Houdini. They find the escape. Knight G4 strong move here, and queen a2 is the only move because gf leads to knight f6 check and fork. So queen a2 and then knight h6, a cute combination. Gh leads to mate in 2 after queen g4, queen g7 here. So king h8 is the only move, and after queen h8, not take here because of king g8, but queen h5 strong move here. And the point that threat is knight f7, knight h6 check, and then take rook. And in case of gf, there would be queen f7 with move with idea mate on g8, only move bishop h6. White takes on e8 here, and after queen e8, king g7, there is a queen e7 check, and then white takes here, and they have a strong initiative in this position. And black bishops doesn't have good prospects in this. kind of situation. And now, from the first sight after b4, it seems like black has the troubles here with space and this stuff after knight b7, I mean. Uh, but it's only from first look. Um, the point that this bishop sooner or later will be open and it will have a very strong pressure on the central squares. This knight also leads to the central squares, and white cannot hold this pawn here, unfortunately for them. That's why Kasparov plays c4 here. And the point was that in case of standard knight f1 with either bishop g5 or also support this pawn, there would be a cd move here. After cd, ed, h6 strong move. Finally h6 not allows this bishop g5 strong idea. Now this knight is very strong here. And after h6, knight g3, for example, leads to rook c8, attacking this pawn. White actually has two weaknesses. After they play b4, these two weaknesses now are very visible. Queen d3, aiming b5 square and protect both. But knight d8 here. Thank you for following, guys. Knight h2 would be good move with either knight g4, g6, and h4. And white still would have some initiative here. Maybe this was a best continuation for white actually. But Kasparov decided other way. He goes c4. Probably his idea was, in case of bc, to take with knight, and after cd, he has this knight b6, taking here, or even take this strong bishop here. Thank you for following, guys. The Black Cavalry, welcome. Nice account name, by the way. So c4 and rook c8, strong move by Karpov. Uh, uh, Before he goes to knight with d8, he put rook on more perspective square. Rook in future can be useful on c file. Now Kasparov probably made not the best decision. He gives the center with dc. Uh, Much more exciting complication would be after queen e2 move here, supporting these pawns. Knight d8 would the plan of Karpov, put pressure on these pawns, and something like bishop b2 with either rook c1, then bc would be uh, possible. Knight c4, and now white wants to play fork after cd, but queen a7, the familiar idea. So we control this square and attacking this bishop. We've seen in previous variation such move, and rook a1 would be logical, uh, attacking the queen. Some variations, and cd here, ed, bishop d5. Then knight d6 would be continuation, attacking the rook here, and after bishop d6 there would be bishop d5, attacking the queen using this motif, and queen a1, bishop a1, rook c1 check. Using that after knight e1 we have this bishop b4 move, intermediate move, and then we take here. So king h2, and after rook e1, black has enough compensation. First of all, knight d5 is attacked, e4 is a threat. Something like bishop e4 would be probably continuation, but this leads to draw his position. If we take here and then exchange, then go bishop f4, it's just draw, because rook and knight or bishop cannot lost when pawns are equal on the same flank. Yeah, this not necessary, just like exciting variation could be possible after queen e2, but Kasparov plays dc here, queen c6 by Karpov, and now Kasparov played bad move, first serious mistake in the game by Kasparov, and now probably the best move was bishop b2 simply here, and yeah, some idea like cb, and also this is threat like knight g5. But Kasparov played c5 here. He thought that he's has a better position, much better position, because he thought these pieces are out of game, and he creates immediately a threat on here. But knight d8, cold shower, protecting this pawn, also open this diagonal, and now dc sometimes it also can be threat. Bishop b2 played by Kasparov, and dc strong move by Karpov here. Um, and bc was played by Gary. In case of knight e5 here, queen a6 was Karpov's idea, attacking again the same motive, attacking this bishop, and they have time after queen a1 plays c4, very important move, completely close this bishop, and also attacking this square. And after bishop c3 protecting, there will be queen a3, unpleasant move, attacking here, rook e3, and then after rook e3 bishop b4 was possible, and in case of knight ec4 attacking here, there would be bc move here, bishop f6 with idea attack the queen, then c3 move here, and after rook g3 attacking g7, knight e6 using the bishop cannot take here, a duel of queen a1 check. Yeah, this kind of complications could be possible, but Kasparov calculated probably this all. He played bc here. Yeah, c3 was cool idea. Queen c5 by Karpov. He avoided this tempo here. Bishop e5 played by Gary, attacking the knight. Knight d7, attacking the bishop. Bishop b2 and queen b4 by Gary, by Karpov. He's attacking the bishop here and open the line for rook. This was more precise than queen c2 here, because queen a1 would be the move, and after queen a4, knight d4 here, because threat was rook c1 and winning this rook, so queen a4, knight d4, aiming this square. And after knight c5, rook e3 with very sharp position. Rook a3 is the idea, rook g3 is the idea, and we see that after knight a5 would be long uh, pressure on king side here. So queen b4 was played, that's why. And Kasparov played in this position, bad move, knight b3. How did Kasparov get so good at calculating? Tiger top. Probably he was working on it, and also by natural. So queen a1 was the move, of course, or queen b1 even. Queen b1 not allow rook c2, and it was quite a normal position for white here. And after knight b3, black will have advantage. They put lot of unpleasant pressure after knight c5 now. Using that knight c5 leads to queen b2 here. And now Kasparov has to sacrifice the pawn, unfortunately for him. He played bishop a1 here. For example, after knight c5, there will be queen b2. Yes, attack here, attack here. And after rook e2, attacking the queen and protect, queen a3, attacking this knight. And after queen a3, knight d3, then bishop e4 here. This move was very important. And in case of rook e4, queen a2 is just pawn up. And in case of bishop f7 here, knight f7, rook e4. Uh, after b4, black has clear advantage. Yes, we see that king is safe. Uh, this strong pawn is supported by pieces. It's going forward, so practically very hard to defend such positions. Hello, Strelec. Hello, watch the whole match from 1985, but hope that you will show some ideas that I did not get from. Бааdur, сделай перерыв, вообще с нами, с тобой всегда предан. Иванов, не сейчас. Я в азарте разбора партий. That's why Kasparov played bishop a1 here. He wants to take c5, but no time for it. Bishop e4 by Karpov here. Knight f d4 played by Kasparov, and the point was that in case of knight g5 here, with idea some attack on these pawns, bishop c2 would be very strong move here. Спасибо. So this bishop attacks the queen, and we cannot take because of queen e1 check here. And for example, queen c2, queen e1, it's like attacked here. And from first sight, it's like white has some chances here after g6, queen b2, for example. But bishop d6 check, very unpleasant surprise. And after g3, knight e4, uh, a huge blow in this position. Rook c2 is a idea. In case of queen c8, we just give mate in 2. In case of queen e4, there will be check on f2, and white's position is completely destroyed here. This was a beautiful idea. That's why Kasparov played knight fd4. So suddenly Kasparov was playing very actively, but now he's pawn down. And after knight db7, connecting the pieces, queen e2 was played by Kasparov. And now his technical side of game, knight d6 by Karpov. He's protecting the bishop, not allow this knight c5 idea. He played anyway knight c5, try to open this bishop. Queen c5 here. So as more pieces will be exchanged, as worse white's position here. Queen g4, because bishop d4, d5 was the idea. Queen g4, he's attacking here, and also knight e6 the idea. Yeah? For example, if we play rook d8 here, uh, there would be very unpleasant surprise, knight e6, like fork. And in case of f3, there is a mate after queen e6 and mate here. But Karpov played rook e8, controlling this square, also supporting this bishop. You see that both sides was calculating very precisely, especially black should do it because there was very unpleasant threats. Rook d1 by Kasparov. Uh, After rook d1, what? Yeah, he played bishop g6 here, opening this file. Queen f4 was played by Kasparov, and queen b4 played by Karpov, pinning this knight here. Also, queen a4 is the idea sometimes, or rook a8. He played queen c1, this position, bishop e5, e4 back by Karpov. Rook e1, queen a5, attacking this bishop. And idea was of queen this transfer that after bishop b3 he wanted to connect these pieces like this. Look at this perfect position of queen. It's holding this rook, holding this bishop, and also attacking g2 square. And queen b2 was played by Kasparov here, and b4 by Karpov. Probably he didn't want to take here because it was complicated. The matters after rook e8, knight e8, and attacking this square maybe somehow. The question is how? Maybe knight f5 actually. Yeah, this was very unpleasant move here, as I see. And after bishop h3, it's knight h6, and only white can win here. Gh leads to mate. After king h8, there will be check here, and at least we can make draw or give check and take this bishop on the h3. So he's not tempting for such points. He just simply play b4 in this position. Rook e3 by Kasparov. He's still dreaming about some attack here. But after rook e3, bishop g6 here, cementing king side. Um, After rook e8, queen e8, we see that this pawn is decisive factor here. Queen c1 by Kasparov, protecting the first rank, but knight e4. So idea is to put bishop here and also attacking this square. Uh, and also second idea to transfer it to d3. So bishop d5 was played and knight c5 here. And after knight b3 and knight d3, Kasparov uh, resigned. The last move was adjourned, like wrote down, and game was adjourned here after knight d3. Um, and Kasparov decided not to continue this game next day because position was completely lost, especially with such a technical player like Karpov. He just didn't want to waste time here and energy. Okay, let's see some another games now. Let's see the very interesting game. It was played in 1986, 1 year after this match. Between 1 second, let me refresh the board. We put it with white, and Karpov play against Ribley, Zoltan Ribley. Probably Ribley is written like this, I guess, I suppose. Um, it was played in Dubai, Dubai, 86. Thank you for following. Chess Gael. Chess Gael. So, c4 was played by Karpov in this game. c5. 1 second. Zoom is not necessary. I don't know why it started. Maybe I clicked. Toento, hello man. How are you doing? Chess Gael, yes. Yes, it's English. At least I'm thinking that I'm speaking on English. I'm not sure. Maybe it's not English. I hope it's English. Maybe for British people or American it's not English, but for others maybe it is. So knight f3, knight f6. You are welcome, chess gal. I'm also doing okay, Toento. Thank you for the question. You was talking about opening, yeah. Yeah, opening is obvious in English. Yeah, I'm not sure about my language, but opening for sure English. Knight c3, e6 was played. Uh, g3 by Karpov. I also like to play this with white. The idea is that after d5 cd, in case of vd, we transpose to the Tarrasch system of Akiba Rubinstein line with g3. So b6 was played by Ribley. He wants to neutralize this bishop with his vis-a-vis on b7. So bishop g2, bishop b7, castle, d6, bishop b7, and also main line here. Also d5 sometimes was played. So d6 was played, and Karpov says that it's funny, but the next move, this pawn will make after 40 moves, 40 moves later. Vis-a-vis, yeah, he's a French, yeah. Parle français, yeah. You are probably French guy. Yeah, so this is very popular continuation, and it's transposed to the hedge. How to say it in English? Hedgehog or something, I guess. Uh, so d4 was played. cd, queen d4. White so far avoids this exchange. So queen goes to d4, a6. Yeah, this is a classical hedgehog here. All pawns are like on 6 rank, and they support each other, and sometimes they can go b5 and d5. But not all like such a position because white has a lot of space in the center and the queen side. Bishop e7 and b3, played by Karpov. And in 2 years later, Karpov had such a game against Tachnik, and he played bishop g5 in this position. But in this game, he played b3 with either bishop b2 or bishop a3 attacking this pawn. So knight bd7 by Ribley. He wants to meet bishop a3, as I understood, with knight c5. Close this diagonal. e4 was played by Karpov here. Queen c8 by Ribley. Not natural move. And before Karpov says was played queen c7 or queen b8 here. And in both cases, let's say queen c7, it's possible to play bishop a3 attacking this pawn, knight c5, and then kind of like e5 move, d and queen e5. And after exchange of queens, it's like um, black doesn't have any perspective for win this game. They will play only for the draw. And the difference of Ripley move that in this position, imagine if Karpov would play the same after e5, d and queen e5, they would lose the piece after knight cd7 all suddenly, and queen hangs and this is hangs. So tricky move by Ripley, queen c8. Uh, so bishop b2 played by Karpov here. So castle, knight d2 played by Karpov. He protecting this square. And uh, after that, white is slowly preparing actions on the queen side. He will move these pawns forward. So, and the point that white has to be very carefully in such position to keep eye on breaks of b5 or d5. So tactical ideas by black. Opfershach, hello man, how are you doing? Yes, Karpov, of course. If we started his games, we need to continue, right? Rain, thank you for following. So Queen c7 by Ripley. He plays logically, connecting these rooks. Rook a c1, uh, very nice place for rook. Rook a c8, h3. Slowly, slowly. It's very important not to hurry in such positions by white. Yeah, yesterday was bot-winning. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to repeat every day same. So sometimes bot-winning, sometimes it will be Karpov, sometimes it will be Bronstein, sometimes Rubinstein, maybe Tal and other players. We are not in hurry, right? Pandemic will last at least next 20 years, so we will have a lot of chance to to, to learn on books. the the best little helper. Thank you for following. Wow, it was a raid. Who was that guilty of this raid, guys? Thank you very much. Can you tell me who was that nice person? Thank you guys for following. Ornikar. Hello, Ormikar. Why hello there? What's going on? It's going on that we are um, analyzing Karpov games. Jobava lover. uh, Thank you very much for the account name and your uh, nice words, man. Siago Bertex, thank you for following. Yeah, sometimes I will show my games too, but I mean it's much more interesting to, I think, for viewers to see great players' games first of all. Thank you guys for following. Floyd Akash, hello. Floyd Akash, nice name. Probably you're Indian guy, yes, Akash. Thank you, Sis Palace. Um, yeah, let's continue. So Rook's the Ripley doing the maximum. Yeah, he wants to try to hide this queen from this unpleasant renegade here. So a3 played by Karpov. Queen b8 was played. Thank you very much, guys, for following. And can you tell me who was the raiding? Because it's not nice that I don't know who was raiding me. I don't see it. Thank you, guys. The raid was from Leeches. What do you mean from Leeches? Leeches is a site, but who concretely was? Chess dot Leeches chess.org. And this Leeches account doesn't have name or what? Panda Beer. Hello. The title International Master is award strong chess players who are so much things you read below the long. Uh, One second, let me read this long, long, long message. In instead along with Grandmaster Till in lifetime title, usually employed as an I don't know some English so well, man. Sorry. I don't, can you shortly tell me? Guys, can you translate me what he wrote it? The Panda Beer. He made some big message. I don't understand what was written there. Very shortly, what he means. Lichess.org. Okay, thank you to lichess.org. Okay. Um, so what happened here? He was explaining what is international masters. Someone asked about it. Ah, okay. It's not message to me. Finally, understand. Domini 1000. Hello. Okay. Thank you for explaining. So queen b8, nice place for a queen. Sometimes it supports this b5 break, and this bishop can be sacrificed and queen b5, but not here concretely. b4, played by Karpov. So he is going to play on the queen side. Rook e d8. We see that such moves. It already shows that black does not have any plan. I mean, they cannot have here because everything under control by white. They need to just wait. So queen e3, avoiding this in future. Bishop a8 with either b5 sometimes. Queen e2 not allows this b5 ideas too. Knight e8 by Ripley. Knight f1. So probably this knight will go here to control completely this square. And bishop b7. We see that black is uh, just waiting here. They cannot do anything. King h2. Karpov is not in hurry anyway. He's simply improving slowly position and then start actions. Knight ef6, knight d2, knight e8, rook e1 played by Karpov. Both sides are not in rush. Bishop a8, and finally he put this knight on b3. Nice square here. Also controlling c5 square, d4 square, and sometimes supporting this pawn assault. And in future we can take with knight here. Bishop g5, first threat by black in this position. Probably Ribley wanted provocate f4 move and then go back and then weakness of the second rank. But Karpov not provoked. He played rook c2 because f4 is good if your plan is to attack on the king side. If your plan attack on queen side, then logically white to make weakness on the king side. That's probably was what Karpov was thinking here, in my opinion. Maybe you can disagree, but that's what I'm thinking. So rook c7 was played here by Ribley, but Karpov refutes my thoughts. He plays f4 here, which uh, I don't know why he would actually play this move. I would probably not to yes, f4. The idea probably that black will never have knight e5 move. That was his idea. So after rook 7, Ribley wanted double rooks like this, attacking this pawn, and also knight d2, bishop d2. Yes, this was concrete position, of course. The concrete position. That's why he played forced to play f4 here. But why not h4 actually? I like h4 because in case if Ripley puts a bishop h6, then I can play a4 and then bishop is dead here. And in case of bishop e7, I don't need to create weakness and I have this square. I think h4 was better in this position than f4. But okay, let's go. For example, knight d2 was not bad because was not good because of bishop d2, rook d2, and then rook dc8, and this pawn will be lost. Yeah, after rook d4 there is a e5 or knight e5. That's why he played f4, but I like h4 more here. f4, bishop ef6, rook ec1 played by Karpov, rook dc8, and he played knight d1 here. Now after standard move b5 was very unpleasant knight a5 move here. That was his idea, but Ripley played bishop b7. He simply waits. Queen d3 by Karpov, also pinning this knight for any case to d6 pawn, also watching for d5 ideas. Ripley take on b2, knight b2, queen a8, a pleasant pin, knight d1 by Karpov, and And now black loses the patient, and they played a5 here. And in this complex maneuvering play, his nervous was not strong enough, and necessary was to play rook d8, then rook c8, and wait. Um, yeah, they need only to wait such position. Activity is always good for white in such positions. So knight d4, strong move, aiming immediately the weakness on b5 square. I don't know why Ripley was waiting, which number it was. It was 31, 31st move here, and he was 30, like, I don't know, last 20 moves at least. He was so calm, so just waiting moves, and also a5. I don't know why he made it, because it's not streets anything in this position. Move 11. Thank you for subscription, man. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. I don't remember your account name. Probably you're a new guy. Thank you. And knight d4 immediately. Yes, as we said, this square now is hopelessly weak. Um, rook d8, too late now. Knight b5, rook c8. Yeah, Ripley should do it immediately, and then a5 in worst case if he want to do. Knight d3. We see how nicely white pieces are uh, um, communicate with each other. Yes, such a nice connections. This knight supports here, also supports this pawn. Sometimes after a b a b rook a2 would be supported, so ideal place for this knight. Also knight a4 is a square. Nice position. Queen b8 played by Ripley, defending this pawn. Rook d1 attacking. Knight df6 open this file for rook. And rook cd2 played by played by Karpov. He wants to play queen e2 and then put pressure on this pawn. Bishop a8, nothing to do for Ripley. Uh, no, first he played h6, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is useful move for any case. Queen e2, bishop a8. So far, white cannot win immediately. This is anything, but he improved position. Uh, he played king g1. Again, waits, bishop c6, king h2 back. e5, again, Ripley did not repeat for some reason. He played e5 here. This move looks good. It puts on black square, but same time it's weakness another important square here. So these two moves, a5 and e5, gives these two important squares for white. I don't know really what he did here. f5 obviously by Karpov. He not allows kind of ideas like ed and d5 anyway. So f5, and we see that the black's position are without any counter chances here. Queen a8. Yeah, typical Karpov game, yes, on domination. Summer username guess. Thank you for following. So g4 was played by Karpov. He now wants to prepare h4 g5 idea, maybe like bishop f3 then h4 g5. So unpleasant come from another flank. Knight d6 was inaccuracy here. Duya off. 1 second. Let me close this zoom again. Because of knight d6 and after exchange on d6, uh, AB was moved and queen a3 with a good chances of the black. They attacking the knight, attacking this pawn. This is unnecessary chances. That's why Karpov plays g4 here. After g4, uh, Ribley go back to b8, protecting this pawn, and h4. But Karpov says that maybe it was even better to play king g3 first, then bishop f3, and then on h4, to, because black cannot do anything. So, but he played h4, queen b7 by Ribley, and this is a very precise defense. Again, uh, knight d6 was a huge blunder here. Uh, because of knight e d6, take, take, then black would take this pawn here, and queen e7. Look at this resource, attacking this rook, and in case of rook goes, then we lost this pawn. In case of queen d1, then knight g4. and distract this queen from this pawn. That's why maybe he means that king g3 was better option in this line. Yeah, also we have to add that c5 was not enough, probably because PC is a knight e8 unpleasant move, attacking rook and also attacking this pawn. But obviously when Karpov played h4, he did not mean to take on d6 here. And he plays bishop f3 first here. Queen e7 by Ribley, protecting and also aiming this diagonal. King g3 was played, and Ribley took ab, and d5 he played. Otherwise, after g5, black cannot breathe normally here. Yeah, for example, knight h7 would be another choice, but we see that position is so passive. Yeah, queen e3 is a way attacking here, and in case of rook b8, we can even penetrate from this file here. Rook b7 will be moved. So terrible position for black. That's why he tries after d5 somehow activates his position. Thank you for following Fisher Bisher. So after d5, cd was played by Karpov, attacking this bishop. Thank you guys for following. Scott the Ancient. Thank you. Bishop b5 by Ripley. Knight b5 and queen b4. Dubious move by Ripley in this position. Uh, Serious inaccuracy. Uh, it was absolutely unnecessary to play knight d6 here. I tried for compensation. Probably white would exchange rook d6 or queen. Yeah, rook d6. And then white has pawn up with clear chances to win. Probably after rook c2 we exchange the rook and then operating on c file. But this was more resistance than knight e8 would play. And Ripley took on b4 and it leads to disaster after g5 move here. And now another huge mistake. He took ag. I opened this file for white. This was mistake. Uh, Immediately knight h7 was better, but still was very bad position. And after ag, knight h7 played Ripley, and he thought that maybe he has some chances here because he wanted after go back with queen attack here. In case of g4, he would simply go back, but d6 strong move in this position, and uh, the threat is d7, rook c5. Probably Ripley calculated this, and he wanted to attack this knight, but he underestimated this move, rook b2, strong move. Uh, Not queen h2 immediately because of rook b5, and after queen h7 check, king h7, rook h2, king g8, and rook dh1. It looks like it's a mate here, but queen e1, very strong check, distract this rook, and then we eliminate this pawn, and king escapes to e7. That's how you have to be very precise in your decisions. And rook b2 was played. That was the point. Attacking the queen, defending the knight. In case of queen a5, again this doesn't work, but rook h1 was the move, and then queen h2. That's why Ripley played queen c4 here. And Karpov says that he wants to thank Ripley, that he gives this opportunity to finish game in style. So he played queen h2, rook b5 here, and finally queen h7, check on h2, check on check rook h1, f6, on the move, rook h8, and Ripley resign. After king f7, there is a cute mate with g6. What a beautiful game. A total domination by Karpov. 1 second, let me restart the chat. I don't see the messages. Yeah, that was really cool game, in my opinion. Hope you liked. Let's analyze another very sharp game and uh, very complex game. Uh, I like this game. So Karpov was again white. Let me put the names. So Karpov is white against Schnafik. Is also was playing in Dubai. Uh, Nothing. Maybe it was like that. No, not much. Why I did this match? It was not much in previous, of course, against Ripley. I just this match was left from another game against Kasparov match. Sorry that I forget to remove it. This was just open tournament in Dubai. So yeah, this was actually the Dubai not tournament. It was Olympiad, of course, in Dubai in 1986, and this was the last round of Olympiad. And the point was that Soviet Union should not waste even half point in this match. And this game was one of the decisive victory. And Soviet Union won 4-0 match, and they was ahead of England for half a point. So can you imagine what a tension was in this game? So E4 was played. So I mean, he was very motivated in this game. So C5, knight F3, and opponent choose a very sharp line of dragon system, what was very perfect, very good for Karpov in the matters to play for victory. So knight c3, g6. We know that e6 is a Scheveningen variation. Knight 6 um, can be a Rouser system or Sozin or Bondarevsky, but a6 leads to neither. G6 was played. Um, so g6, bishop e3, bishop g7. Who don't know, knight g4 is a huge mistake here with idea to exchange bishop because of check here. And no matter how we cover this check, we lost this knight here. Yeah, so bishop g7 was played in this position. f3, now white is defending this square. In case of queen d2, knight g4 is very unpleasant and without the exchanges. So f3 is a classical move here. Castle and queen d2, knight c6, bishop c4. In case of long castle, d5, white allows also d5 move here. That's why Karpov plays bishop c4, controlling this square. Bishop d7. We know that this line was used in his famous victory against Korchnoi. So knight e5 was played, bishop b3, rook c8. I think it's nowadays also main line by black. So they're preparing knight c4, rook c4, and creating chances on the uh, queen side. Athena Pallada. Yeah, the goddess. Karpov is Dragon Slayer. Oh, Benjamin, hello, man. How are you doing? Nice to see you, man. So, bishop b3 was played, and rook c8, h4, the main line of this system. And sometimes bishop g5 also white is playing here. But Karpov thinks that the input of this move is more useful for white here. And h5 was played by Schnapik. And before, black was playing actively this line. And after h5, it leads to a very sharp position. And we remember game against Korchnoi, yes, this and this move. Roller coaster 1, 2, 3. You have to pay. What does it mean? Is he lost some bets or what? So h5. Yeah, this would lead to another sharp position. That's why black plays h5 in this himself. But uh, white will have this important square in the possession, and sometimes in future play g4 and break this. I remember recently there was some high-level computer championship matches. They played, I think, two thematic games of this dragon. I think both sides white won, if I remember well. So it means that Dragon on high level computer chess is extremely dangerous for black. Maybe it was actually D5. I think so. Roller coaster. Thank you, man. Bishop G5 here was played. And Karpov says that if immediately G4 leads nowhere, uh, and more solid is like Bishop H6, Rook DG1 here, or even King B1. But he played Bishop G5 in this position. And Rook C5 was played by opponent. Uh, Dokis, thank you very much for subscription, man. Appreciate. Thank you very much. Uh, this is less convincing, and also knight h7 is less convincing by Karpov. He did not add uh, any variations of it, but looks like after knight c4, I guess queen e2 looks very logical in this position, attacking the knight. Okay, this is a like who plays Greenfield, he knows the differences here of moves of rook c4, knight c4, knight h7. We will not dig these questions. We just follow the game. So rook c5 and king b1 was played by Karpov, and the idea behind this move was suggested to Karpov by Efim Geller, and it was suggested by him in the uh, before the match against Korchno in Merano. Can you imagine? Many years ago, uh, uh, 5 years, Karpov was waiting to play this. So b5 was played and g4 here. A good move. Before this game, usually white was playing rook he1 with idea to centralize the pieces and put pressure in the center. Some ideas sometimes with f4 and e5. But g4, this was prepared. And hg, this was the main move what Geller and Karpov was analyzing in 1981. Poker comment, thank you for following. I sure you are in correct stream with such a account name. And few rounds before this match in the same Olympiad in Dubai, um, he already played this against Georgiev, Kirill Georgiev, Bulgarian grandmaster, and a5 Georgiev used in this position. And after that, GH is a strong continuation according to Karpov. But in that moment, he did not know that, and he played against Georgiev bishop f6, and a3. And after some moves, game was ended by draw. But GH, this was he prepared for this game. But AG played by Schnabik very principally the main move. H5 by Karpov. So once white sacrifice one pawn, they don't stop here. They sacrifice another pawn. And now Schnabik take on h5, and very instructing comment here. And Karpov thinks that Schnabik should immediately exchange this, not exchange, sacrifice this rook for this knight. And after bc, uh, supporting this knight, and this queen is more useful here. After queen c3, he lost the opportunity to play queen h2. That's why bc, knight h5, rook h5, gh, queen h2. That's the idea of behind of bc. Knight c4, covering this, and queen h5. And white has strong initiative, but there is still long game, according to Karpov. But his opponent took immediately knight h5. We see the difference in the next move, knight d5 strong move. This was the point. Or suddenly this knight creates some unpleasant threats to pawn here. And now we understand the idea behind king b1 move. And the point that the idea that after rook d5, bishop d5, queen b6, when king, if king would be on c1, uh, and then knight f3. I mean, when pawn usually on b7 would be. That's why he played king b1, waiting b5, yes, and queen b6, and then would be ideas like knight f3 and queen b2. So this is the idea of behind king b1, waiting move. And input moves king b1, b5 seriously changes the situation on the board. And for example, after rook d5, bishop d5, and in case of gf, knight f5 would be strong move here. And white is very close to win this game. Why not knight f3, I'm thinking now. Probably white would take here, gf, and something like bishop h6 maybe, or rook h5, then he takes, right? Not so clear. But maybe bishop h6 here is very unpleasant move. With idea rook h5 and then queen g5 with mating chances here. In case of e6, we can take the rook g1 and with very strong attack here. So rook e8 was played by Schnapik in this position. 1 second, guys. Again, it's stuck. Let me restart my chat. So rook e8 was played and rook h5. Very strong sacrifice by Karpov here. Yeah, he eliminates uh, this important defender on h5, and black's position hopelessly became weak on the king side. So gh is obviously only move, and queen h2 strong move here. And he says that in 1981, these positions they was analyzing with Efim Geller. You see, even without computers, how deeply they was analyzing. And they thought that the exchange, the threats against the king fully compensates the exchange sacrifice here. And sooner or later, black needs to play e6 to defend. But first they need to go with queen somewhere which they're losing the time. And rook d5, they were thinking that there was a necessity for black in this position. And after bishop d5, queen b6 here. And in case of queen h5, it's possible to play e6, and suddenly black is still on the board because rook h1 is not made. We take, and then king goes to f8, and it's not super clear here. But in case of natural queen h5, instead, I mean, there was knight f5 strong move here, and forcing to take f5 because this bishop is so important. If we exchange it to queen h5, we'll be lost. So bishop f5, ef, because bishop became so strong. And after knight f3, queen h5, attacking this weak pawn. Uh, and bishop f3 is a mistake because gf, queen h5, and then queen c5 strong move. Attacking this pawn, rook g1 is not possible. But queen h5 in this position, and knight g5, queen g5, and there is a huge pressure over h file and g file with very unpleasant threats here. But in the game, opponent played. It was very hard to understand for him what's going on. He played rook c4, try to give exchange for this strong bishop, but this knight is so strong also, and but it's not makes same life easier. So bishop c4 was taken. bc, this knight has to be on this position to control f7 square, and also sometimes f3, attacking f3 square, and queen h5 by Karpov. He needs to play rook h1, queen h7, bishop h6, and give mate. f6 played by uh, Schnapik, and in this position, strong move by Karpov. He not goes back with bishop because gives some breeze for black after e6, queen e7, queen f7. But f4, he attacking this nice defender, and knight f7 played by opponent. The point was e6 was not helping in this position. Duel off, knight f6, strong check, bishop f6, and f3, attacking the bishop. D loses immediately after queen g6 check, and bishop g7 leads to lose the queen. And in case of bishop g5, simply queen g6 leads to huge material losses. After king f8, there is a rook f1 with mate. Instead of king h8, there is a rook h1, then queen h6, and rook h4. And um, in case of fg, instead of e6, there would be fe move without a e6, and after de, there would be rook h1. We see what a position. And in case of ed, queen h7 check, king has to go f7 only move, and rook f1 check, king goes to e6, and queen g7 here. And game will be over soon because queen d4 is also hanging. But maybe even stronger after bishop f6, or after no, after instead of rook h1 in this position, knight f5 maybe even stronger here. And after bishop f5, we take ef, and so much strong threats. Queen g6, f6, knight f6, million threats here. So black will not survive. That's why Schnapik in this position, he played after f4, knight f7. Try to keep this knight in for defense. But after knight f7, bishop h4. There is not a reason to sacrifice and be in hurry in this position because black is totally hopeless. For example, e6 here looks logical but loses immediately after knight f6 check, bishop f6, and queen g6, and we win this bishop or win this queen here. And in case of knight h6 here, for example, then would be a very unpleasant move f5, completely paralyze king side. And after rook f8, then knight f4, aiming here, and after bishop e8, knight g6, bishop g6, then fg, and knight f5 follows, attacking the knight. In case of knight f5, they will be mate. So we see that white squares are so weak. Also, queen d5 is the option. Some moments. Schnappig, okay, German magazines. Queen b8 was played by black, but rook h1, Karpov concentrate all forces on the king side, creating very strong threats. For example, queen g6, bishop f6, or knight f6. C3, this is too late. Obviously, he not distracted by. He wants to distract this knight, but b3 simply by Karpov. These knights also control important squares like b5, b6, b4. Yes, queen cannot penetrate to a3, and queen b7 by Schnapik, f5 played by Karpov, and after knight e5, knight e6, black resign. In case of the threat is bishop f6 here, and then give mate in 2. And in case of bishop e6, there is simply queen e8 check, and there is no defense against bishop f6. That was a cool analyze by Karpov, and cool played, well played in the game. Yeah, S. Machakos. Hello, man. How you doing? Yeah, very well played. Okay, I will probably skip. No, I cannot skip this game. I cannot skip this game. I have to show it. I mean, this is a very cool game. Okay, this game, next game, played against Karpov Kasparov, and it was played in 1986 in match revenge in London Leningrad. So it was fifth game. Let me put it. I cannot just skip this game because it's so cool. I'm sure you will enjoy with me. Kasparov. It was played in two cities, London and Leningrad. So London, I can put 96, fifth game. And fifth games are unlucky for Kasparov so far. So let me see. I hope you see the letters. Karpov Kasparov, London, 95th game. Okay, so d4 was played by Karpov, knight f6, And Kasparov goes to active play in Greenfield system. Knight c3, and other lines are knight f3 and g3, fianchetto. Also very complex games, positions. So d5, bishop g7, e4 leads to king's Indian. So d5 was played by Kasparov. Bishop a4. We know that cd, knight d5, e4, knight c3, b6, and bishop g7 or c5 is the main lines here. The magistral line or central line by white. There is also moves like bishop g5 here, knight f3. We remember Botwini games against Smyslov and single game against Fischer was played like this and e4. But in this game, Karpov played bishop a4. There is such a line, bishop g7, e3. I think once I show you in one stream a game between Arunyan versus не помню чей, Arunyan won. I think it was rapid game. Arunyan won with white. c5 was played. I think in that game was something like castle, rook c1 maybe, then bishop e6. If I'm maybe I'm wrong, but something like that. In this game, c5 was played by Kasparov. dc, it's a principal line, otherwise just nothing. Queen a5. So black sacrifice the pawn for open this diagonal, and now after queen a5, they're pinning this knight and wants to play knight e4. Hello, Mr. Sabon. Hello again. And rook c1 played by Kasparov, protecting this important knight. Knight e4. Anyway, this is of course the well-known theory. cd by Karpov, knight c3, and queen d2 here, avoiding bishop c3, pinning the knight. Queen a2 played by Kasparov and bc. And uh, this was implemented by Fischer with his famous game against Petrosyan from the match of Challengers Match in 1971. So this was 15 years before current game that was played. And after Fischer in this game against Petrosyan played queen a5 here, attacking this. Bishop c4 played by Petrosyan. Knight d7, knight e2, knight e5 he played. And after bishop a2, bishop a5. This was his idea to penetrate here, but bishop e5 strong move by Petrosyan, eliminating this active knight. And knight d4 he played. Look at this knight; it's like untouchable here. And queen c5 was played by Fischer. Knight f5, gf, castle. And white had a dangerous initiative attack later. Later was suggested by different players that instead of knight e5 was better to play knight c5 here. And for example, after castle f3, there's the e5 and very complicated position. But in this current game, Kasparov, after bc, he took on d2, and he prefers to play without queens. And in the middle of 80s was found newer, fresh ideas for black in this position. Knight d7, attacking the pawn. Bishop b5 played by Karpov. And thank you for following Jadix56. Welcome. In case of c6, there would be bc, dc, and knight b6 or knight f6. And white is not get anywhere in this line. Siron1x, welcome. Thank you for following. So knight, that's why bishop b5, pinning this knight, not allows this knight c5 immediately. Castle logical continuation, and bishop d7 by Karpov. Again, after thank you, Tornado, thank you for following. c6 would be knight c5, very unpleasant move here. And knight b3 is a threat, also a6 threat, knight e4, sometimes bishop e5, uh, and they have better development. Rook d8 also comes, a very complex position. After bishop d7, they will have a couple bishops advantage, but e4 played by Karpov here. So his idea to support this pawn, it can be also supported with another pawn, and also probably he wants to play bishop e3 to support this pawn. So for now, white has uh, The white has pawn up, but black is trying to do something against it. Was it some raid, guys? Who raided me? Thank you for that. Thank you, appreciate it. Okay. Can you tell me who was that person? F5 was played by Kasparov. He's trying to open F file now and play uh, against the center until white is not fully developed. King Crusher. Thank you very much, King Crusher. Appreciate it. E5 played by Karpov. The logic continuation. Yeah, he not allows Fe and open this file here. Thank you for following, guys. So E5 played by Karpov. He creates strong center and try to keep the pawn up. And e6, interesting move by Kasparov in this position. And interesting moment. Before was played, used rook a c8 move in this position. And for example, there was game between Schmidt versus Grosse in 1984 probably. And then c6 was played, bc and d6 here. ed and ed, rook f6 played by Grosse. Um, um, but probably after rook a8, the strong move was c4. This was a idea behind the system of Karpov played with e5. He gives one pawn back, and after bishop e3, it was played 1 year later of this current game in Seirawan Adorian game in New York, 97, and white had some edge here after they play maybe f4, then knight f3, build up very strong center. So that's why Kasparov played e6. Maybe he knew these ideas. That's why. Um, Katzenschinken, h6, g5. Interesting, yeah. But first of all, after h6, I can at least play h4. Stop you to play g5 as a minimum. Maybe something even better. Maybe even knight f3 is possible, protecting here. And in case of g5, I'll play bishop e3. And in case of g4, no, so here's a g4 strong move, and knight d4 leads to a4. Yeah, I think h4 or also e6 is very interesting here. Attacking the bishop and then knight f3, bishop e5 here. And c4 will protect here. e6 is very unpleasant. g5 immediately, not in not in chatme. G, nothing chatme, yeah? So after this, probably I would take on g5 and then this attacked. And after this, for example, I can play knight f3, attack here. Very unpleasant position. Because pawns are pawn up. White has pawn up in this position still. So e6 was played because he wants to block this pawn. e6 uh, was played in this position by Kasparov, and c4 by Karpov. He needs to keep this pawn here. Yeah, d6 is probably bad move because black will attack this pawn, and also this will become weak. So e6 and c4. This is very important square. Rook fc8 played by Kasparov. In case of g5 now, bishop g5, bishop e5, knight f3, attacking bishop, bishop g7, rook b1, and then rook he1. White would white would develop fully the pieces, and they would have very strong pressure on the black position. This was his idea. That's why Kasparov played rook ac8 immediately. And now very nice positional decision by Karpov. So he's not trying to keep somehow the pawn up, but he also not wants to allow activization of this rook. So c6 very strong move here. Sacrifice this pawn, and he has to accept, and d6. Now this d6 pawn becomes the main factor of the position. And he played c5 with idea activate this light square bishop, but then this bishop will become very bad. And maybe black should play g5 here, and after bishop g5, take on e5 finally. And after c5, supporting the pawn, rook cb8 with some activity in this position, but still this bishop is dead. I will play knight f3, I guess. Rook b2, then rook c2. So after bishop g7, rook b1, only white has winning chances, yes? Also bishop f4 maybe to block here. Yeah. But Kasparov instead g5 played c5. Want to put here such a huge pawn on d6, such a strong pawn. H4 strong move finally by Karpov, eliminating the idea of g5 forever. After h6 with the same idea, knight h3 strong move, not allow this g5, and this bishop is very passive now. Uh, Knight f3 looked more natural, but there would be bishop c6, very unpleasant move, and always has to have idea to exchange and play g5. Yeah, so knight h3, that's why. And the point that this knight not only stops g5, but in the future he wants to be transferred to the through f2 to d3 or through the f4 to d3. Very nice square for the knight. Will control e5 square and also attacking c5. If knight will get to this position, the game will be over. So let's see what happens here. a5 played by Kasparov, and this a passer is absolutely not dangerous for white. And it was much stronger to play rook b8 immediately to take this file. Probably rook b1 was followed, then f3, knight f2. But Kasparov maybe was really very confused of the circumstances of the from the opening, and maybe he did not was really don't show the resistance in this position. So f3, good move, reducing the power of bishop in case of bishop 6, and also open this square for the knight. a4, and now knight f2 immediately leads to g5 again. So rook h e1, strong move, controlling this square, and now he wants to play like this. g5 leads nowhere. Um, yeah, so a3. Kasparov continues marching this pawn, but it leads nowhere. Knight f2, a2, easily this pawn easily stopped by two rooks here. Knight d3. Look at this beautiful, very sexy square for this knight. Yes, it's attacking this, pinning this rook with defense. Also supporting e5 square, and also uh, bishop e3 is possible next move with idea f4, g3, and completely closed position. Yeah, dominating chess by Karpov. Rook a. No, 1 second, guys. Okay, the position is different. This rook is here. What I'm doing here? I put another rook on c8, guys. Sorry. Okay, let's imagine. Let's imagine we play like this. Okay. So this was the position. 1 second. Completely lost. 1 second. This. 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 Yeah, this is the position actually. Where I put rook from a8? It was rook f8, of course. Okay. Probably I was analyzing some variations and forget to put another rook. Okay. So this was position, and now after rook he1, a2, he played rook a3 here, of course. This was, yeah, more sense, of course, yeah. Make such a stupid mistake, yeah. This rook was here, so rook a3 he played, but still, these rooks are controlling the a pawn, and rook a1 was played. Now he's blocking this pawn again, and the idea to play bishop e3 and take this pawn. I do this sometimes reading book, yeah. Disaster, disaster. Yeah, yeah. When you know, because also I'm looking to these boards and I look into this another computer screen, and you know, it's completely mixed up everything from my head. So g5 was played by Kasparov because nothing to do, no activity for black at all. Bishop is pinned. This bishop has to block this pawn. Bishop e3 is a threat. So Kasparov tries desperately to somehow open this position after g5 here. So ag, and then bishop g5 played by Karpov. And now in case of rook b8, uh, the strong move would be king e2 here. We will see why. To avoid rook bb3 is either rook ed1, I guess, to defend. Karpov and squeeze, yeah, but it would be a study kind of draw if white would play bishop a4 here, and after rook b3 played knight c5 here. It would lead to check on b2, king c1 attacking the rook, because king d1 there is probably check here. Maybe not, maybe rook c3 first, yeah. So king c1 attacking the rook, and rook g2 here with idea rook c3, and after rook g2, bishop d2 move with idea control c3 square, and also play f4. And also this knight is bishop is attacked. We cannot take on d7 because there will be check and perpetual. So bishop d2, that's in chicken, yeah, you're right. And bishop h6, this was the idea behind the whole variation. Attacking this bishop, forcing to take. Now check on c3, king d1 and rook d3. Look at this beautiful draw here. And after knight d3, bishop a4, king c1, rook c2, and like puzzle rush. And just simply we just repeat moves. But after rook b8, there would be strong move. Instead of bishop f4, king e2, and then protect like that. Kasparov instead uh, he plays king f7 in this position, bishop f4 controlling this square again, rook b8 and rook e c1. So he not allows even sacrifices like this and bishop e5. That was the idea behind bishop f4 move. And also he didn't want to play f4 because then bishop would not play, would be close from this diagonal. Uh, Bishop c6 and rook c3 by Karpov, attacking the rook f5, then rook c2 attacking the pawn, and after rook b8, knight c1 final move, and black resign. We see the complete domination of this pawn, not allows bishop e4. This bishop did not make any move. Bishop controls a diagonal in this pawn, and this pawn is will be lost on a2, and game is over. It was a very cool game. Yeah, there is another games of Grunfeld. Huh. Yeah, he lost next game also in Grunfeld by, but I will skip that game. Let's find another opponents because Kasparov Karpov Karpov Kasparov is too much, I guess. Even this is famous K. Karpov Korchnoi also I will skip. Okay, let's analyze this game. Karpov against Andrei Sokolov. Don't mix up with Bosnian Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov. Both being very strong players. Still, they are. Uh, so it was played between Karpov versus uh, Sokolov. Sokolov, and it was played in a year later of current game 7, and Linares, and it was played in it was challengers tournament and super final challengers final match, or just final, maybe it's not challengers final tennis game. Okay, I hope you see it. Hope you see everything. I hope so. Uh, Maybe challengers is 1 second. Challengers I wrote probably incorrectly. Yeah, it should be like this, I guess. Maybe like this. Challengers, it's like this or like I did before. I forget. Challengers. I forget how to do it. Guys, how to write challenger with E or A? Okay, I think it was with A. From beginning I did it correctly, I guess. I'm not sure, but it feels like A here, like this. Yeah, challengers. Okay, thank you. So d4 was played by Karpov, knight f6 Andrei played, c4 e6, and we go to the new Indian line. Knight c3 goes to mostly goes to Nimzo Indian, but knight f3 also very popular, b6 and g3. And other lines are a3 or knight c3, and then a3 leads to Petrosian line. So g3, bishop a6, one of the classical directions is bishop b7, and also in this line also Karpov implemented very interesting idea by white. For example, after castle, knight c3, knight e4, bishop d2, it was Karpov's idea here. He will suddenly give this bishop to have better development, and then d5 to support this knight and take with bishop. Yeah, this is Karpov's idea. But in this current game, Andrei Sokolov plays bishop a6, attacking this c4 pawn and provoking this weakness. Bishop b4 check, bishop d2, bishop e7, knight c3 by Karpov. This is all well-known theory. And he says that it was funny that all 5 games, what they played against Sokolov, where he was white, they only played a new Indian system. And almost automatically they was reaching this current position. And in this line, Karpov managed to score +3 with 2 draws. So he won 3 games and 2 draws from out of 5 games. But he says that he explained this success not with the opening preparation, just but with a better play in end game. Let's see. Castle was played by Sokolov. In another games, d5 he was using, and after cd, knight d5, bishop g2, castle, knight d5, ed, castle, knight d7. Uh, and this was also used in matches between Karpov and Kasparov. And now when he played castle, behind the idea of knight c3 to play e4 here. And d5, cd, bishop f1, king f1. This was a couple of idea. ED and E5. So they have the strong center now. Knight E4 played by Sokolov. So obviously both opponents know what they're doing. And he played Queen E2 here. And this was the 10th game. And in 8th game, he played Rook C1 here. And Rook C1 was played against idea Queen D7, Knight C6, Knight D8, and Knight E6, blockading E5. Uh, but Black used this with idea to play C5, the Knight C6. And in this current game, he found more better option. He played Queen E2, attacking the Knight, forcing Knight C3, Bishop C3. Probably Sokolov did not want to play F5 because after EF, knight f6, there is unpleasant check here, and then knight e5 with direct threats. So knight c3 is forced, bishop c3, and queen d7 played by Sokolov with idea knight 6. King g2, knight c6 with idea knight d8, knight e6, and then c5. If black managed to do it on time, there will be perfect shape. But rook h e1 was played by Karpov here. It's the beginning of the plan. They controlling E file, and then uh, they will play F4 in future. Knight D8, Knight G1 he played, and C5 by um, Sokolov. As I understood, the idea behind Rook E1 that in case of Knight E6, F4, Black cannot play f5 to block because I guess ef leads to material loses. Bishop f6, queen e6. In case of rook f6, there is a f5, attacking the knight, and then queen e7, as I understood. Let's see what he's writing here. Yeah, actually that's what he's writing. And in case of f5, yeah, after f4, the whole point that f5 is not possible. So that's why Sokolov is trying to create chances over d4 square. But f4, Karpov anyway plays. He wants to bring back this knight. cd was played by Sokolov. Uh, they has to open c file for chances. In case of knight c6, knight f3, g6, for example, um, mm, white can prepare something like h3, g6, and f5 ideas. First rook d1, for example, then h3, g4. That's why Karpov says that black has to open this file, so they do it. Bishop d4, not allows this comfortable take on d4 with knight. And queen f5 he played, blocking this pawn. Wants to play this, and rook c8 with either rook c2. Rook a d1 by Karpov. Bishop b4 he played. Um, the question is why not rook c8 in this position? Who knows why not rook c8 with either rook c2, and also bishop before rook c2. Probably he would play rook c1 here. But then knight e6. I don't understand. One second. Why not rook c8? Maybe queen d3 he want to play, of course. This was his idea. And in case of check, there is a rook e2. And I will exchange these active pieces, and this pawn in endgame will be very weak. Yeah, that was his idea, definitely. That's why Sokolov plays bishop b4. He understands the idea. Rook f1 and knight e6 he played. And from first sight, it's like seems like black will take the initiative, but unfortunately, it's only illusion. Yeah, and queen d3, strong move by white. They destroy the blockade after this move. Sokolov has to exchange this queen because knight d4 leads to losing of pawn here. And queen d3 he take, rook d3. We see that in endgame white has positional advantage because this center is strong, pawns are strong, this is blocked and weak. Rook a8 only chances over c file, but white parry very easily after knight f3. F5 was bad move here. Duel of knight d4, rook d4, and this check. And we don't have rook f2 because take and bishop c5 is pinned. And otherwise, black has a huge counterplay here. So that's why he plays knight f3, support this bishop. Rook c2 by Sokolov, rook f2, rook fc8. So this is maximum what black achieved here. And finally f5, logical continuation, strong move. The phalanga of black of white pawns are moving forward with very unpleasant threats. So knight d4 was played, attacking the rook. He take, and rook c1, trying to attack these pawns here, maybe here or here. But g4 by Karpov. After rook h1, he will play h3, and there will be no or king g4 first. King g2, I mean. King f8 by Sokolov, logical continuation to bring king in the game. King f3, rook f1 check, king g3. After rook e1, he will simply play f4, and this rook and knight protect this pawn. Rook c1. So Sokolov decides just to wait here. For example, after rook g1, there would be simply king f4, and after check, knight f3. No more checks, this hangs. But same time, there is a direct threat of knight c6 here and attacking this pawn. That's why he played rook c1, controlling this square. And Karpov played king f4. He played king f4 in this position. He avoided g5 because he did not want to allow this exchange of rooks here. And after knight c6, a5, king f4, king e8. Black could defend it long time here. That's why he avoided. He plays king f4 this position. h6 by Sokolov. Try to stop this g5 assault, but Karpov supported with another pawn. King e8, knight f3. Look at this, what a harmony in Karpov's position, yeah? Everything is connected, beautiful. Rook protects a knight, knight and king protects each other. A knight protects e5, h4. Also, rook protects b3 in case of rook want to play a4. I mean, ideal position for white pieces here. And rook c2 played by Sokolov. And a4 obviously played. Rook b2. He's trying to pin this rook with defense of this pawn. But knight goes back to d4 with either knight c6. And after knight d4, bishop e7 played by Sokolov, attacking this pawn here. Uh, and after that, h5 was suddenly fixing the king side. And he said that he lost a lot of time on this move. Uh, Hg5, Hg also was given a lot of chances to win here, but he played h5. But he decided to block the king's side, and he says that he from this moment he did not, of course, he did not calculate it, all next combinations, but he has feeling of that after when he played h5. So a6 was played by um, Sokolov. For any case, also knight b5 was a threat attacking it here, and also with idea check and take with knight. So he controls this square. So unfortunately, Sokolov, he's doing the maximum, but it not helps him. King f3 to avoid some checks for any case. Bishop c5 disturbing the knight. Knight e2. So this king retreat to f3 and same time open this square for the knight. d4 played by Sokolov because anyway knight f4 was coming. Knight f4 by Karpov. We see that's a beautiful position for white. King d7 and e6 check here. It's not possible to take on e6 in this position because knight will take and then take on g7. That's why Sokol played king e8 and king e4, logical continuation. Again, it reminds us the game against Kasparov, what we were seeing before when he was playing on the light squares, symphony on the light squares. And a5 was played by Sokolov. And unfortunately for him, the game was a drawn in this position. So Karpov was comfortable time at home to analyze everything and win. And he says that analyze shows that the game will be over with study kind of uh, variations. So rook f3. This was he wrote down this move and put in envelope. And same time, this move was the strongest in this position according to Karpov. And it has paradoxal idea behind this. And rook b1 was played by Sokolov. He's preparing against king d5 here. For example, king d5, he wants to play rook g1, attack this pawn. And after knight d3, rook g4 here. Yeah, plays like anaconda, yeah, slowly. Knight c5, bc, king c5, fe, fe, king e7 was leading to unnecessary complications. But white had another idea after rook f3. Instead of king d5, he played knight d5. Strong move here. Rook g1 played by Sokolov in this position. And king f8 was possibly best continuation, what he was analyzing. Rokma, thank you for following. Most resistance continuation here. And from beginning, there was going to play knight c7. Uh, but after knight c7, uh, there was found this variation: rook e1, king d3, and rook e5. Strong move, and black still holds position. But after king f8, they found another way. e7 strong check, bishop e7, king d4. So they eliminate this pawn, and this king goes here. And after rook g1, king c4, rook g4, king b5. This was analyzed. And this pawn is very important. Bishop d8, black tries to hold. And rook c3, strong move. His idea penetrate to c8. And after rook uh, h4, king c6, strong move here. And rook h5, king d7 in this position. And the idea behind rook c3 is that after rook a5 attacking the knight, there is a knight b6 and game is over. Because bishop cannot take, there is a mate in 2, otherwise you lose this bishop and then this pawn will be decisive. But Sokolov in the game, he played rook g1 move. This move he played. And this was the idea. King d3, brilliant move. Double exclamation mark here. Yeah, look at this move. King d3, giving this pawn and f6. This was the idea behind this rook f3, knight d5. Study kind of quintessence of idea behind the white. So now the threat is knight c7 and then e7 and promote. Um, and the point that black cannot take any of the pawn. They played bishop d6, control d square. Because after, for example, fe, there will be f7 check. King f8 leads to losing position after knight c7, and knight e6 cannot protect this check. In case of king d8, there will be f8, bishop f8, rook f8, king d7, um, and simply knight b6, then knight c4, with winning position. Um, Obviously, gf not possible because there is a fork. Most resistance, black could continue with rook g5 here. And after knight c7, king d8, e7, and sacrifice this bishop here. Try to win this pawn. And with some hope for these pawns. But still, it's big advantage of white after take, the knight d5, knight b6, the knight c4. But Sokolov played bishop d6 here. And knight b6 played by Karpov. Again, fe is bad here because of f7 check, and after king f8, knight d7, and it promote. Gf also not helps because rook f6 strong move, attacking f7. Fe, then rook e6 check. Knight is controlling this square, so bishop e7 is the only move. And after knight d5, white will go to the pawn, winning pawn endgame. We will take first here, then we'll change everything, and then b4. And this, or even go king here, and it's completely winning. And that's why Sokol played after knight b6, rook g5 here. But fg by Karpov. And rook g7 played by Sokolov. Last hope was to save the game after fe, but knight c4 would be followed, attacking the bishop, and king e7. In case of bishop b4, there is very strong move knight a5. Rook a5 not possible because of g8 check and queen. In case of bishop a5, there is a rook f8 check and then g8 queen. And in case of rook g7, knight c6 is completely lost position because these two connected passes are very strong. Uh, so after knight c4, king e7 will be only move, and knight f5, rook g7, knight c6, king d7, knight d4, and rook g5 or something. But still, the game is over very quick here. But after rook g7, game will be over very quick. Knight c4 here, attacking the bishop, and after bishop b4 defending here, he simply exchange everything on f7 here. And now is technical phase of the game. But he don't take on d4 because king e6, king e5 ideas. But knight e5 check here, very strong check. King f6 and knight c6. Was idea. With idea take here and then a5. Bishop has to retreat. Uh, for example, bishop c5 loses after knight e5, king g5, knight c6, and then b4, a5. They still simply go to the queen. So after knight 6, bishop e1 was played. Knight d4. Now king g5 or king e5 not possible because of fork all suddenly. And he played bishop b4. Bishop f2 also was not helping here because of knight c6 move. King g5 because after this king will join. King g5 here. Then knight f5. King h5. Then king e2, very strong move. Not allows this king g4 move. King e2 move. Then king f3. And king always can stop this pawn with king g2. And these pawns are unstoppable. After knight 6, b4, a5, b6, b6. And they will go forward. Silence killer, hello. He was stockfish before stockfish, yeah. So he played bishop b4, Sokolov. But unfortunately for him, 1 second, I lost the position. Where is it? After bishop b4, he played knight c6, again attacking the bishop. Bishop e1, only move. King e2, bishop c3. If black lost this position, game is over. And king d3, he repeat moves, and then he played king c4 here. King g5, and strong decision by Karpov. He sacrificed a knight here. This is most effective continuation. Uh, they cannot decline take this knight because in case of king h5, there would be knight c6 move, king g4 with idea to promote, but then b4 here, h5, a5, h4, a6, bishop f2 only move to control because h3 needs to loses immediately. We promote, and after h1, there will be this check, and we take this queen. That's why bishop f2 is necessary to control. But after bishop f2, knight d4 again close this diagonal, and we are first and control this square. Thank you for following Anis Metin. That's why Sokolov took on a5 here and b4. Precise calculation. Bishop d8, a5 here. King h5, king b5. This was the idea. Bishop G, the idea to play now a6 and a7. So only move is bishop g5 to play here. But after bishop g5, a6, bishop e3, king c6, and black resign because after king g4 they are too far. We play b5, h5, b6, h4, a7 for example, and simply promote first, and then we just block this pawn, and game will be over. That was cool game, I guess. Cool technique by Karpov. Okay, I will skip Kasparov Karpov games again. It's very complex games. I mean, it takes super complex games. Okay, let's see another game of Karpov versus Timan. It was played in 1988. Yeah, lost in variations. Yeah, Kasparov Karpov needs, I don't know, weeks or months. Баадур очень действовал мне. Если бы Карпов сыграл матч с Фишем, я думаю, закончилось бы не в ничью. Мое мнение. Okay, 1 second. Let me put these names here. Karpov played against Jan Tima. Thank you for following, guys. Timan, it was played in Brussels, some tournament in 1988. I guess Brussels, I'm not sure, but maybe it's like this. Or should be maybe like this. Maybe this is correct. How to write Brussels in English? 1988. Tell me, guys. Brussels. Okay, sorry. Brussels. Okay, like this, I guess. Спасибо, Ivanov. Like this, yeah? Okay, let's go. Thank you for following. D4 was played. D5. So we did after E6 is declined Queen's Gambit, classical direction, what was seen before. But Tima decided to go to accepted Queen's Gambit, which is also very popular in every level. E4. Another lines is like knight f3 is an e3. Botvinnik style was like this. He was like to play like that. But e4 is more active continuation. Knight f3, e3 is classical line. Knight f6 main line. Uh, who wants to learn this line by black? I recommend you to see the games of Sergei Rublevsky, the Russian grandmaster. He was using this DC a lot of his games. I think his main weapon was e5, maybe. I'm not sure, but I think so. He was playing e5, I guess, in this line. But Tima played knight f6, another main line, e5, then knight d5. Sometimes here position can become extremely sharp after this line in b5, e5, b4. God knows what's going on here. So white main move is e5, knight d5. So white gains some space advantage, but black has this light square on d5 and blockade and using the chances here after bishop e5, e6, and so on. So bishop c4 logical continuation. Knight b6 immediately make clear what is white to do with this bishop. Bishop d3. In one of the open in Sweden, I played bishop b5 check here. I remember. I was confused my opponent completely. Uh, so bishop d3. Obviously, queen d4 is loses after bishop b5 check and loses the queen. And Karpov says it's not clear, still not clear which move, bishop d3 or bishop b3, is the best here. It was played in Karpov short, for example, in 1992. So 4 years later, he played against short bishop b3, but and we will not go for that, but just like information. So bishop d3, knight c6. Yeah, Sergei Rublevsky. I'm not sure about 2013 because he stopped to play. Um, he many years already not playing. He became a women national coach and just a coach. So I think before, much before. Just you can just give this variation DC E4 and search. I mean, if you use chess base, you put in search. It's very easy to find. I mean, you just put it position and then with black Sergei Rublevsky. Marquitos or Marquitos, thank you for following. Uh, Knight c6, knight e2 played by Karpov. So not knight f3 because white avoids this pin here. And they want to have this f3 idea all the time. Against Ivanchuk in Reggio Emilia 1991, he played bishop e3 here. And leads to very complex position. But after bishop e3 is a good move is knight b4 here. Try to exchange the bishop. In case of bishop e2 there is bishop e5. In case of bishop e4 there is a f5 strong move here. And after ef, knight c3, the black play f5 in complex position. So that's why he played knight e2 here. This is also a main line now. Bishop g4 played by Timon. And bishop e3 played by Karpov. After f3, bishop h5, and bishop g6. White doesn't have knight f4 move here because of queen d4 move. Knight h5 and then queen e5 check, and we take this knight and two pawns up for white, for black. So that's why he played bishop e3, and Timon take on e2, bishop e2, and queen d7 here. And Timon is not wasting time on e6. He wants immediately put pressure on d4 pawn, on long castle or rook d8. So knight c3 and long castle. He's attacking this pawn. And now he played a4 with the idea to distract opponent's attention from d4 square. For example, now Timon played a6. He played a6 here, stopping this pawn, yes? In case of knight d4, for example, here was possible a5, attacking the knight. After knight e2, ab here. And after knight c3, very strong move, queen c2 in this position. And after uh, cb, queen c3. And with very strong attack by white. For example, king b8, possible to play e6, another energetic sacrifice. For example, if he leads to mate after check, king e8, so we sacrifice rook here and give mate on h3. So after e6, queen e6, then castle. And very strong initiative of an attack of white. Yes, again, this is a threat. Bishop stacked, rook stacked. This is at least over the board very dangerous. So that's why Timon plays. Of course, a5 knight a8 is not the better uh, the continuation. So that's why Timon plays a6 here. Was not 95 possible, but how 95? I will just simply take d, no? I guess so. This was the idea. Shredded Fighter, I'm not gonna share anything. I just upload this video what I have on YouTube channel. You can easily find it. I don't know how to share and this stuff. Anyway, I will refresh it so it will disappear. So a6 was played by Timon, blocking this pawn. A5 and knight d5. But now they lost control of, I mean, this attack on d4. So bishop f3 was played by Karpov, attacking this knight. Knight db4 by Timon here. Of course, e6 was losing immediately because of knight d5 here, ed, and then bishop g4. After f5, we take ef, and there is a pin. Um, Also, exchange on c3 or e3 is favors white because after f or bc, this pawn will be strong. But much more safer was knight cb4 here, and then e6 and even c6. And we'll see what happens, what is different. After knight d4, all suddenly e6 was played by Karpov here. In case of natural castle, uh, black uh, would play probably e6 here with normal play, because knight d4 here was very dangerous after bishop d4, queen d4, uh, and white has choice between queen b3 here, e6 and rook fd1. And in case of queen e5, the winning exchange here to rook d8. And in case of bishop d6, with idea queen h2, queen h1, and take here, even rook d6 is possible here. Queen d6 and knight a2, c5, and we white can even take on b4, and after cb there's a check and take here. Maybe it's not the best variation for white, but possible queen b3. Um, another option, instead of queen b3, to take directly on b7 check here. Yeah, tactical game. King b7 and queen f3 check here. c6, rook f d1, attacking the queen. Knight d3, and then rook a4, attacking queen from this side. Queen d7 would be the way to protect this knight. And knight e4. Look at these variations. Rook d3 is a threat with knight c5, so e6 controlling this square, and knight d6. And after bishop d3, rook d3. So this kind of uh, variations would be possible. But after castle e6 is very complex game. That's why Karpov plays e6 himself and not allow this e6 and develop bishop. Yeah. So Timan take with queen here. In case of fe, uh, knight a4 would be very unpleasant move here, because knight c5 is a threat here, and knight d4 doesn't work because of bishop b7 check. We see this check. Uh, if we take, there is a fork, and black's position is in danger here. That's why Timan played queen e6, d5, and queen e5 by Timan here. Was interesting, another try, queen g6 here. Uh, Now tempting seems to be bishop h5 with idea queen g2 and queen g4 check here. And we see that white is winning this knight, but after bishop h5, knight c2 check would be very unpleasant here. Surprise. And king d2 leads to this unpleasant pin, and king e2 not possible. We lose this bishop. And after king f1, there would be knight e3 check, fe, queen f6 check, king g1, and then e6 with uh, very complex game. Probably after queen g6 he would play castle, and after e6 dc, the exchange of the sacrifice of the queen. Yeah, this looks like Scandinavian. You're right, Scandinavian. Rook d1, then cb check, king b8, rook f d1 with idea mate, and bishop d6. And white's initiative fully compensates the queen sacrifice here. But Timan played queen e5, which looks more natural. Castle and e6. Poly Sky, I would not win this game as white. Would definitely blunder something. And probably you can sense the same if you would be with black. Uh, and DC, the logical continuation of 11th move, e6. So rook d1, cb check, of course, not allowed knight 6. King b8, rook f d1, mate in one threat. Bishop d, no, bishop c5 he played, and bishop d6 was much stronger here, not allow to penetrate for this rook here. So probably he will play g3 here, and very complex game after king g2 and so on. Ahmad, thank you for following. But bishop c5 was played in this position. Bishop c5, queen c5, and rook d7. Look at this position. This is hangs. Rook d1 is the idea, with idea rook d8. This bishop is so strong. c6 cannot uh, solve all problems because rook will control this pawn. Uh, f5 was played by Timon. Rook a d1 and knight c6, he controlling this square. The point was after 6 he wanted to play h4 and not rook g7 here, because all suddenly black has tactical defense. Knight d3 attacking this square, and after rook d3 there's a queen e5 attacking the rook and then mate here. This beautiful motive for black. But h4 would be strong, open square for the king, and white has a big positional advantage here. Yes, sometimes they can transfer knight here. Also, make like that. Would be very dangerous position. Yes, yes. I have. If you click about me, you can see the buttons. A broken hanger. Thank you for following. You can see the buttons of everything. I mean, my Lichess account, chess.com account, YouTube channel, and everything. Don't be lazy. Click it. And that's why knight c6 was played with idea to control d8 square. In case of rook g7, he wants to play knight e5, attack this bishop. Uh, Knight e4 played by Karpov, attacking the queen. Also was good to play knight e2 in this position. With either transfer knight f4 or play rook c1 attacking this knight. And in case of queen b5 here, there would be rook c1 attacking the knight and also pawn on c7. And knight e5 leads to rook d c7 with either check on c8 and taking the rook. And after knight f3, gf, uh, black cannot continue queen e2 because of mate after rook c8, king b7, and then mate on c7. Thank you for following, guys. And uh, queen e5 is also not enough. Duel of rook c8. I mean, in this position, knight f3, gf, queen e5 because of check, and we eliminate this rook here. And after queen d2, attacking both pieces, then king f1. And white is winning this position. They will take here, and all pawns will fall down. And most resistance defense was uh, after knight e2 is queen b5. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, in this position, knight e2. But I lost my variations. Queen b5, rook c1, and knight a7. This was the most resistant defense, controlling this c8 square. But still, well, black is in serious trouble here. But Karpov played knight a4 here, attacking the queen and also this queen b5, rook c1, attacking the knight. Queen a4 was played by Timan. Knight e5 is loses, duel of rook d7, knight f3, gf, and after queen f5, uh, not even rook c8, rook h8 because queen e4, but knight c5. Look at this strong move here. And white is winning because queen c7, there would be knight a6, and after king b7, not knight c7 because of pin, but rook c7 here, king a6, rook g7, uh, and technically winning endgame because pawn up, and also these pawns all are weak. So rook e7 is coming, then king will advance. Yeah, in case of king c7, there will be check. King b6, then knight a5, king a5, and the rook c8. And this pawn is decisive. So this was very beautiful idea. Uh, but uh, Timan played knight e4, queen b5. I mean, instead of knight e5, he played queen a4 here, rook c6, queen a5 he played, and 1 second, wait, pawn was on h4, no? Ah, no, it was in variation. Yeah. So this was position, queen a5 he played, and rook e6. So this pawn is so strong and supported with this pawn, with the bishop, and also rook is passive. And king a7 played by Timan. Maybe he wanted to play rook b8, rook b7, and g3 played by um, um, Karpov. And uh, he says that h4 was even stronger to not even allow any contra chances what's happened in the game with g5. So g3 he played, and g5 played by Karpov here. Rook h7, strong move. Using that rook h7, not possible to have rook e8. And after queen b4, there will be check and b8. Yeah, but Timan played rook b8, blocked this pawn. h3, controlling g4 square, but still, yes, he wanted after a4 probably close position after g4, then king g2 slowly improve. And after g4, he eliminated this pawn here, and then bishop g2. Of course, he not exchange this pawn to this. He keep it protected. Bishop g2, queen a1 check, king h2, queen b2, and rook h6 attacking this square. Queen a2 played by Timan, rook e f6 supporting this pawn. And he played c5 because rook b7 was uh, losing after bishop b7. No, not bishop b7. Bishop d5 was very strong move here. Yes, first distracting this queen from this pawn. We cannot take duel of mate here. Rook h8 and then mate on g8 or d8. Bishop d5 strong move. And after queen f5, he takes here, takes, and we take here. And that was different. When queen was here, it would be queen f2. And after queen takes, takes f4, and white is winning here. This pawn will be stopped by king. And gf. What happens after gf? One second. What is f4? gf? Maybe king g1 here. King b6. So this will promote. In case of c5, king f2, c4, king f3, king b5, g4, c3. Why c3? One second. King b4, g5, then c3, king e2. What the hell is this? I mean, this is just draw, no? What I'm missing here? But g4 will also promote, no? I think he had some mistake in his analysis here. This is also promote. One second, what? Maybe I'm mixed again something. Queen 1, king 2, queen b2, rook h6, queen a2, rook f6, c5. Something wrong. I mean, this variation is not winning. At a4, I will just take. No? How can I win here? This is just draw. One second. Again, g4, c5. So if you go, we promote together. If I go here, you go here. I have to take. Then you come here first. If you go here, then you catch me with king. So I have to push it. But then it's just draw after king b4 here. And king e2 leads to king b3, king b2, or king h3. g6, c3. And what to do? King e2, then not king b3 because there will be check. But king h3. Strong move here. And I cannot stop it. This is just draw. Wow. Hmm. You just forget about this variation with king h3, I guess. This is drawish position if we take on a6 definitely. But if we don't take, yeah, this is just draw. I mean, T-Man could make draw or what? I'm just curious if you can check this on engine, guys. Only that position, only this position. I mean, this position. Can you check quickly on the? Maybe I can check. One second. Can I check it here? So f4. Yeah, it's just draw. It says it's draw. Yeah, I mean, okay, gf for example. Yeah, g4, c5 looks for me like draw here. King g3. Play c4. King f3. And then I play king b5. g3 is only move. Then I play king b4. You play g6. I play c3. You play king e2 and king a3 only move. Yeah, and it's draw. Okay, go back a little bit. What the hell? So this position is actually draw, I guess. But yeah, it's draw because I think we cannot win this pawn because of checks. Yeah, so rook f4 only chance to win this, but how to do it? Queen d2 here, rook g6. Maybe this was a last chance. a5, rook g4. But a4, this pawn will be distract rook, and then yeah, it looks like draw. Yeah, pity, pity, pity. Okay, I do like this computer. So looks like Timan could make draw here after rook b7, and what Karpov says is draw. And yeah, he made probably mistake with c5 move here. Instead, he played and rook f4 by Karpov. And now Timan play queen d2, dubious move here. It was necessary to play c4 here. Of course, rook b7 now it's bad because we taken these ranks are open and we will have some mating ideas there. That's why after rook a4, c4 according to Karpov was necessary. But after bishop d5, uh, he says that he would take all three pawns for b7 pawn uh, and there would be in the end end game bishop, rook, and two pawns versus queen. Probably it would be winning. But in this position, queen d2 was played by Timan. Bishop f1 he missed. I'm sure he forget about this pawn. Rook b7, and now his king is very weak. Check on a6, king b8, check on f8, king c7, and bishop g2 here. That was very strong. And now combined play and attack of pair of rooks and bishop decides the game. Queen d7 he played because he cannot go do anything because, for example, rook b2 leads to mate after rook b7, and there is rook a8. So he played queen d7, and he wants to give check here. Rook h8 was played. Um, and after c4, bishop e4, Timan finally resigned because rook h7 is a threat and you cannot defend against it. Yeah, so game was very interesting, but this moment, unfortunately, this moment is crucial. So it means that instead of queen b2 here, uh, he could take rook b7 and make draw. After queen a5, this beautiful draw here. Okay, 6, take, f4, g4, c5, apricordi high, g3, and then once again, no, what I'm doing, yeah, king f3, king b5, g5, c3, no, not c3, king b4 first, g6, c3, king d2, and not king b3 once again because of check, but king a3 here. Yeah, very complicated game would be lead. So it means that Timan also defended very well. Yeah, he found his chances, but made unfortunately decisive mistake. Okay, another game also very interesting. Karpov against Yusupov. Yeah, that was very cool game. Bishop f1, really killer game. Yes. Let me refresh. Um, Karpov versus Yusupov Artur. Artur. 1 second. Yusupov. How it was written before I read it. Yusupov like this. I'm not sure. Yusupov is right like this or not? And it was played in 1988 in Moscow. Thank you for following, guys. Can you tell me if I write Yusupov correctly or not? All right, I guess it's like that. So um, Yusupov. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you guys. So c4 was played by Karpov, e6, knight c3, d5, d4, the queen's gambit, classical, bishop e7. Yeah, sometimes black start with this, uh, not allow bishop g5 because they want, sometimes white has this kind of ideas. Uh, they can play rook c1 first here, rook queen c2. So they, after knight bishop e7, they almost forced to play knight f3 if you want to play bishop g5 next. And knight f6, cd played by Karpov, ed, bishop g5, 6 c6, and queen c2. This is a Carlsbad structure. More often white plays e3, then queen c2, bishop d3, but he played immediately. And Yusupov played g6 here. And they played the year later of this game, and Yusupov played knight a6 here. And in that game also Karpov won, but g6 here and e4. This was the idea of behind queen c2 immediately. And from closed kind of positions, type of position, he transformed it to open position. Uh, Timan was used this kind of ideas against Short in Belgrade 1987. So knight e4 was played, and Short against Timan played d here, and after bishop f6, queen e4, king f8, bishop c4 leads to complicated games. But he take on e4 with knight, bishop e7, and Yusupov take with king here. And queen e7 suddenly loses immediately because of knight d5 here. This is behind of Karpov play idea e4. So this is attacked. Queen cannot go here because this cannot go on e6 because of the fork. And in case of cd, there is a check on c8, queen d8, then bishop b5 check, queen d7, and then queen b7, which uh, completely disaster for black. And after bishop e7, Yusupov played king e7. Karpov take knight e4, d, queen e4 check, bishop e6, logical continuation, and bishop c4 played by Karpov. And now Yusupov played queen e5, but Karpov thinks this was more precise move. And after bishop e6, probably king f8, we spin in case of knight g5, queen a5 check, and we take this knight. So rook e8 was good move here, according to Karpov. But Yusupov give check immediately, and king f1, strong move. And probably Yusupov underestimated this move of king. Maybe he saw that after knight d2, knight d7, uh, long castle, rook a e8. Uh, Black was solving the opening problems here. But Karpov played king f1, opening this square for the rook. Queen f5 by Yusupov, attacking here, defending, and queen e3 by Karpov. Uh, Yusupov played knight d7 because king f6 was losing after d5 move here. And after bishop d5, in case of cd, there is a bishop d3 move and then queen d4. After bishop d5, bishop d3, queen g4, there is a mate on e5 here. And in case of king f8, there would be bishop e6 continuation. F leads to weakness of the pawn. In case of queen e6, a very unpleasant check on h6. Only move king g8, otherwise rook e1 pin. And after king g8, g3, knight d7, king g2. It's very unpleasant pressure by white because this queen is so annoying. Rook is stacked. That's why Yusupov played in this position knight d7, logical continuation, rook e1, and rook a8. Mircea, hello. Mircea the best. How are you? Thank you for following, guys. How are you? Everybody, we have strong grandmaster in our chat. Mircea Parnigras. And he's also streaming himself, so don't forget to follow him. Hmm. Thank you, C800 Terminator. How are you doing, guys? Okay, let's continue. Waltzman, hello. So knight d7, rook e8, rook a e8 was played, and now what happened? What do you think here? Can you guess the idea of Karpov here, guys? You're doing better than you suppose. Yes, I've recorded. D5. Look at this beautiful positional sacrifice. This move. He he frees this square for queen or for knight. So CD is the only move. And Karpov says that he was thinking about this move around 1 hour. Can you imagine? And after CD, he played bishop b5, strong move. This is the main point of behind all. Uh, because knight d4 was not so strong because of queen e5 move, queen a3, and queen d6 here. And in case of queen e5, knight e5, bishop b5, attacking both rook and knight, simply knight d7 here, with excellent play for black. But he plays immediately bishop b5. This move goes, he can always back to this idea, and also queen e3. And now you super played a6. In case of king f8 here, it's possible to play queen c3, attacking the rook. And later he will play knight d4, knight e6, and take here. And but maybe black should give back this pawn, and after knight d4, play queen c5 here. But instead, they played a6 here, queen a3 check by Karpov, attacking king, king d8 by Yusupov. Thank you for following, guys. Ruches, you are with us. It was your raid? You managed to make raid already. I thought you cannot. Ah, it was from Mircea. Yeah, I forget to say thank you, Mircea. I did not see that you rated me in this chat. I don't see because I use a separate chat. Thank you if you are here. Appreciate. I don't say any emotes anything because I'm using separate program to see this chat. Okay, so what's going on here? King d8 was played. For example, king f6 was losing after bishop d7, bishop d7, and then queen c3 check, and no way to go with this king. So king d8, this king stuck forever in the center. Now knight d4 was inaccuracy because of queen f4 attacking knight, and also this attacked. That's why queen a5 was played by Karpov. I cannot type anyway. Okay, he don't need it, I guess. Everybody knows Mircea. So King E7 was played in this position. King C8 was very dangerous. After Rook C1 check, King B8, then Queen C7 check here, and after King E8 was over Bishop 6. So it would be Knight D4, attacking the Queen, and also connect this Knight to the Queen side. And after Queen F6, there is a Bishop A6 attacking the B7, and if Black takes, there is a Knight 6 with either mate. That was the idea. And after Rook B8, there would be Queen A5 here. And in case of Queen D4, there is a double check and mate on C7. And in case of Queen D8, there is a Rook C7 with a winning position. Yes, Asha, very complicated. What you expecting when we analyze such a world champion games? Of course, that's why I skip now Kasparov Karpov games because they are too complicated. I mean, it's very hard to explain. It takes a lot of time, and especially when you are tired, it's impossible to understand what's going on. Um, yeah, that's why Yusupov after Queen A5 check, tricky check, he gives a choice to where to go. He played King E7, right choice. And Queen B4 was played by Karpov. Again, King F6, the same idea, taking Queen D4 winning, so King D8 only move. No, 1 second. No, he played, no, when Queen was on B3, it was possible because Queen D3 wasn't possible. Yeah, now he played King F6 because uh, after King D8 was Knight D4 unpleasant move here, Queen F6, and then Bishop A6 in this position. And in case of BA, check on C6, King C7. Yeah, this probably will be last game. Really tired and need to rest. Rook C1 here, this position. Rook A8 and then Knight A5 check. Look what's going on here. So rook, the idea was to Knight A5, Knight B7 mate. So Rook A8 to have this square here. But still Knight A5 and after King D8, Queen B7 move here, attacking the rook. And King E7 only moves, then check on 6, King D6, then check on B4, King C7. And it's complicated. But Rook C1 also was very strong move. He says, which number? Let me see. Rook C1, 23rd move. So it means that after 94, Queen BA, yeah, in this position, after Bishop A6, BA, instead of check, Rook C1, quiet move first, was strong. And Rook EG8 would be on the move to avoid this mate on B7, because Rook EG8. And now Rook C6 strong move, and there is no defense against Rook A6 move here. In case of Queen E5, we check on E6 and then check on C6. No, Ruches, this was Queen Gambit. I will show you quickly how it was from beginning. So this was Carlsbad system of Queen Gambit. Bishop E7 by Yusupov, CD take by Karpov, then Bishop G5, and he played Queen C2. More natural way is 3. Avoiding is Bishop F5, Yusupov played G6, then E4. Knight E4, and King E7, because Queen E7 was losing after Knight D5 here. That's why he take like that. He played Bishop E6, then Bishop C4, and he gave check on A5. Rook E8 was better move, and King F1, and this position was no. The King F6 was losing after D5. He played Knight D7, then Rook E1, and this was position D5, Bishop D5. Now he played E6, check, and Queen E5 check, check, and we see now this position after King D8, there would be Knight D4, then take, Rook C1, and after Rook E G8, there would be Rook C6 with winning position. That's why after uh, queen b4 check, Yusupov uses that this square will be free. So he played king f6 with idea after bishop d7 to have this check here, and there's a defense. But queen d4 check here, not allow king g7 move. And after king e7, king g7, I mean, after king e7, there was bishop d3 strong move, attacking the queen. Queen h5, played by Yusupov because he did not want to cut off possibility to go on f6 for king after check here. Before he don't have king f6. But on h5 is very passive position for queen, and h4 strong move by Karpov here. And this is a complete domination of white pieces. There is always g4 idea, nothing to do. King f8 not possible because of king queen h8. So he goes king d8 again. Yusupov, how many times poor Artur should play this move? And knight g5 now. And there is a already direct threat. For example, if you play something like, I don't know, some b5 move, will be g4. We cannot take like this because of check and fork. In case of queen g4, we take and then take the queen. And after queen h6, there will be rook e6 and then fork on f7. So after knight g5, rook h f8 played by Artur. Idea that he protects in that variation square. But bishop e2 strong move, attacking from here. Queen h6, and he played 1 second instead of bishop e2. What if I played queen f4 here? How Artur would be defend? The idea that I want to play bishop e2 and then give check on f7 and take this queen. What he would do? King c8 not possible because I can give check and then kick you back to d8. So probably after queen e4 only move would be h6 here. This move, it still holds, right? Black somehow can hold here, but not much, I believe. Maybe some knight h7 ideas with knight f6 coming. But okay, he played bishop e2 first, queen h6, and transferred this bishop here, attacking. Rook e7 by Yusupov. The point that king c7 doesn't work, duel of check, and then we take on e6, and this is um, um, knight, forget the word, knight supports the queen here, yes, protects, is better to say. And king c8 was losing after rook c1 check, king d8, and then bishop d5, bishop d5, and queen d5 here. Defense, yeah. Forget defend. Yeah. So after bishop f3, he played rook e7 here, probably already in desperation, and queen b4 was played by Karpov, attacking here. Also, bishop d5 is a idea, and this hangs. Dortem, you're funny. So knight f6 was played. Boomerang knight, yes. And after knight f6 was played queen d6, strong check here. Using that rook d7 is not. No, it's only move actually. Yeah, bishop d7 not possible because of queen e7. And knight d7 not possible because rook e6, or even bishop d5 simply. Yeah. And after rook d7 only move. Uh, Karpov played queen e4 with either knight e6 and attacking here and also here. Knight g8 only move, protecting the queen, because queen g7 was loose after rook e6 and the fork. We see that only moves by uh, black, and bishop g4 strong move here. And king c8 played by Artur, because bishop g4 leads to elegant mate after queen b8, or fat mate, like I would say Levante. Look at this mate. That's why king c8 played by Artur, and bishop e6, fe, rook c1. Not even single second of breathing for Arthur. Impossible. King D8, then 96 check. Finally, he loses material. And after the exchange, the rest is not need comments. Okay, so this game was this position completely winning. So in few moves, you super resign. Shall we analyze one more interesting game, or it's over, or it's better over? Let's Ruchas decide. Ruchas, are you here? Thank you for following, by the way. Dortem 888. When will you stream analysis on your selected games? I would hear some of your thoughts on your. Yeah, I will do it one day. Dino decides. Okay, I'm like in mood to show you one more game, guys. It's hard to say what was mistake in the whole game was going wrong for QB Zone. Hello, welcome. Okay, one more game, guys. One more game, and really, it's I will finish. Let me choose some interesting game. Let me choose something. Karpov. Oof, what a complicated game. Very complicated game. Very complicated game. Let me find something. Let me find something. Probably we don't need game. What was the last 93 moves? Yes, I will skip it. No, guys, I don't wanna do it till morning. 93 moves is too much. Probably. Slayer 6776. Welcome. What's up, man? Yeah, I'm doing this already. I guess my first stream was on when it was actually 15th of September, I guess. And what we have today? Yeah, it's like more than months already, if I'm not wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm usually wrong, so sometimes I can be right. It's been about months. Okay. I don't know how you check it, but I believe you. I'm always ready for matches. But for example, then if you want to see matches, you will have such a nice opportunity on 25 of this of what we have. It's October, right? Yeah. So 25 of October. So it means in 5 days there will be uh, Chesscom Invitational knockout tournament of 16 players. So they invited me too. So 16 players will be divided by 8 players, right? So and it will be matches, knockout matches. So first will be 1-8, then 1-4, then semi-final and final. And winner of this knockout match tournament will advance to the Speed Chess Grand Prix final. And it will be, yes, I'm gonna stream it. And format will be in the quarterfinals we play 2 games 5+1. Then we play 4 games 3+1, and 8 games 1+1. And only on in final, I think it will be changed to 3 games to 5+1. Then will be, I guess, how much it will be? Maybe 6 games of 3+1, and I guess 10 games 1+1. So very interesting. I hope I hope we will see a few matches of mine. It will be good sign actually. So let's see. So don't forget, guys, if you want to cheer for me, not for others, come on 25th of October. I think it will start 8 evening of my Georgian time. It means 6 evening of Central European time. So we can adjust it if you live in England or in America, I guess easily. Okay, Dortam, I will think. 25th, yeah. Now in October. I mean in a few days, in 5 days, right? In 4 days. You can actually find easily this information if you type chess.com and slash and then calendar, and there will be page of the tournament. Then you scroll down of October, and the 25th it will be invitational tournament, and 26th will be final knockout stage. Let me find something. Let me find some interesting game. Thank you for following, guys. Appreciate. I'm still in search. So much interesting games. I don't know which one to show you. So much games here. Okay. Karpov Kasparov I skip again. Krishna Karpov we also skip. Boom, 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 boom. Hmm. Which one to? Okay, this looks like interesting game. Quite complicated. Against Mikhail Gurevich. Let's do it. It was played. James Blunder, do you play some poker by chance? I was playing poker actively before, but I stopped it. I know the rules. So Karpov versus Gurevich. It was played in Reggio Emilia, Italy. Okay, I will just write Italy. 1992. So Karpov is white. So last game, guys. D4 played by Karpov. D5. C4, C6. A Slav defense, very popular nowadays. Knight F6. Knight C3. E6. Another main line is DC. E3. And all suddenly, uh, it's transposed to some kind of like Meran system. And B3. Yeah, Meran would be if white would play like this, and then B5. Queen C2, bishop D6, and B3, played by Karpov. Um, he decided to play this rare variation because he was used it against Anand match in match versus Anand and thought that maybe Gurevich prepared something with black. So castle, probably Mikhail Gurevich, yeah. Bishop E2 and then DC was played, and also E5 or A6 is the lines here. So DC, BC, E5, castle, rook E8, rook D1, queen E7. Very complex position. And rook B1, implemented in practice with Lajos Portish. They are not in hurry to develop this bishop. Sometimes it can jump on A3 without loss of tempo. And also this is unpleasant pressure on our half open file. Polar bear. Play like this, but choose poor or silly plan. Curious to see good plan. Okay. So e4 was played by Gurevich here. Knight d2, knight f8. So after e4, black clearly shows that they want to start actions on the king side. And c5 was also possible here. And this is dubious move. And it was played by uh, in game Portish versus Zsuzsa Polgar, sister of Judith, in Hungary 1991, so 1 year before this game. And knight f1 played by Portish here. And he had a clear advantage of the knight g3 here. And this pawn has to be on c6, controlling these squares. So c5 is anti-positional move. Knight f8 Gurevich played. Knight f1, same idea. And it's an unnecessary prophylaxis. C5 was lead to very sharp position after knight c4, knight g6 here. And after bishop a3, we had knight d6, very sharp. Knight h4, who knows what's going on. But he played knight f1. Knight g6 by Gurevich. Uh, and here probably the good continuation to play h5, h4 with idea to weakness white squares. And in case of when we meet pawn on h4 with h3, then this knight can go to g5, sometimes sacrifice on h3 was more useful. But knight g6 was played. a4 played by Karpov. Knight h4, knight g3. A5 was inaccuracy because knight g2 was possible here. And after king g2, queen e6 with either queen h3. And after knight g3, queen h3 check, king g1, there was knight g4 with either take, bishop g4, bishop g4. And there is only defense of f4, but after ef, black has very strong attack. And this will come here. Berkay facts, maybe. Probably it's not the best sign for me if you see me only in Ivanchuk's video. After ceremony, you mean checkers? Yes, we played checkers. Yeah. So knight g6, and knight g3. That's why he played to avoid this kind of sacrifices. And knight f5 was played by Gurevich, and rook b3. For any case, in future have this bishop a3 ideas. So knight g3 was played by Gurevich. Now h5 is too late here because knight f1, this goes back. And after h4, h3, this knight is useless on this square. It does nothing. It has to be on g5 attacking this h3 square. And in case of knight h4 here, would be c5, bishop c7, and then d5. Yeah, on the on the actions to the side, we answer with actions in the center. And after cd, knight d5, knight d5, rook d5 here. And in case of bishop e6, attacking the rook, there would be a queen e4, bishop d5, queen d5. We see that white has excellent compensation. This hangs, this hangs. Yeah, silence here, a very complex position. Yeah, it was checkers in Qatar World Championship of Rapid and Blitz. She's a, yeah, 64 squares checker, yeah, on checkers, yeah, not chess. Yeah, I had completely winning position, but I was relaxed because he go for 30 minutes or something to this closing ceremony, and that's why I was relaxed and made blunder. But before, in first part of video, I really made a beautiful combination. I give him one check, one this how it calls in checker, I don't checker, and then I give him dama and then took three. It was completely winning. Ah, you said that my name is Rajapov. Yeah, could be. Yeah, he was a world champion in rapid. Yeah, and I think in that Carlsen played, and Ivanchuk took world title in rapid, and Karyakin, I guess, won the Blitz title. My full name is Baadur Jobava, but you can easily find it if you click on About Me on my channel, About Me, and then you can read who I am and other stuff if you're really interested. Okay, not Jobova, Jobava. Okay, man, thank you. Yeah, so this kind of play could be here, and instead of h5, Gurevich took on g3, and we see something go wrong for him because he wasting so much time. One, two, three, four, five, six. For what? To improve White's position on the king side. Thank you, Berkay Fax. Where are you from, man? HG was played and h5 by Gurevich. He still hopes to open up this position on the. Aha, okay. Merhaba. Merhaba, Turkish. And probably after bishop g4, they could not have time to attack here because c5, bishop b8, and then bishop a3 here. And next move rook db1 and attack this weakness. Ah, Bayraktar, yeah. Looks like the that drone, right? Berkay, yeah, I thought that maybe he's Turkish. Shakhtar, yeah. So he took on here and played h5 and c5 by Karpov. Strong move. Bishop c7 and d5. Finally, he opened up the position in the center here. And it's the best moment to open position in the center and distract all pieces and everything to attention to the center where white are much more better mobilized. So bishop e5 played by Gurevich. It was not possible to play queen c5 because of bishop a3. Here is the use of this rook on b3 here. And after queen a5, bishop b4, queen b6, mate to queen. No move. Uh, After knight d5, also white has a big advantage after cd and bishop h5. Yeah, but it's very strange commentary here by Karpov. Why take with knight and gives this choice? I mean, for some reason we have choice now. Take here, take here, yes. But why not take with pawn and give no not choice? Because now we have only one this and rook d5. But then bishop e6, and he has to give this exchange. Yeah, probably he wanted to go for this exchange sack, but it's different position. Yeah, very sad. Why not CD? I don't understand. Why not CD here? I really don't understand this comment. Looks very natural, CD here. Knight d5, knight d5, rook d5, bishop e6, queen e4. Because he says that knight d5 here is understandably we don't sacrifice now. We take here and white has advantage. Okay, bishop e5 by Gurevich. Let's trust two strong players. Probably they both liked. Ah yes, after CD, knight b5 maybe there was idea here, blocking. But this was, I guess, the best continuation for black anyway. Yes, they have gone pawn up, then bishop e5, h4 ideas here. I don't know. Thank you for following. Berkay, not now. Maybe next time. Polar beer, thank you, man. You are always kind. Thank you for donation. Appreciate as usually. Nice from you. So Gurevich played bishop e5 here. Um, he wants to keep this structure, yes, which reduces the power of this knight. But this pawn also can become very dangerous. Now he played knight e4 move here. Uh, in case of d6, queen e6, rook b4. Try to attack from here. Would be bishop c3 move, queen c3, knight d5 move here. And after queen d4, knight b2, b4, bishop b2, attacking this. Oh, what the hell happened? What the hell happened? I just click something and everything gone. Okay, let me restore this position, guys. What the hell I clicked? Does anybody knows? What the hell I clicked there? Or something like that. 2, 7. No, first click. So how it was? Knight f1, knight g6, knight a4, something like this. Took this, this, this was position, right? Should be 5. Yeah. Uh, After d6, queen e6, rook b4, queen c3, knight. This was the line what I was showing, trying to show you. And after this sacrifice, the initiative was on white side here. In b4, we see that pair of bishops very strong, no counterplay. d7 is a threat. But he decided to do it without any sacrifices. So he just take on e4 here. He did not take on DC because of bishop e6 strong move here, attacking rook. And after cb, rook b8, c6, there would be bishop b3, queen b3, and queen c5, attacking the knight, attacking the pawn here. So that's why he take immediately on e4. What a complicated position. So knight, so much possibilities to make mistakes. Yeah, I clicked on some button on my mouse. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't matter what I clicked. The matter is that I restored. So knight d5, knight d6 strong move was played by Karpov. So this knight is so strong here. Bishop d6 was played because it's very annoying. Gurevich destroys the knight immediately. And bishop h5. This was a plan of Karpov. He wanted to open up position where these bishops be the main factor. Uh, Unfortunately, e4 not leads immediately winning because of queen g6 the pin. After bishop d3, simply knight e7 here. And it's not easy to break through. And uh, black has pawn up here. So he just restored material balance after bishop h5. Now e4 is a threat. And Gurevich played queen h6, attacking the bishop. Uh, it's not so good, not so pleasant to take queen far away from the center, but queen e5 was not good because bishop f3 and the next move bishop b2 here and attack the queen. That's why he played queen h6, bishop f3, such a beautiful place for the bishop here, defending king side and also attacking the knight. Thank you for following. Knight f6 was played by Gurevich. He wants something on the light squares, but rook d6 here. Yeah, bishops are very strong. Pinning the queen and also aiming bishop b2 and exchange here. Also, e4 was very interesting move here, and forcing queen go to the edge of the board because queen g6 leads to this again, this unpleasant pin. And after queen h7, rook d4 here, protecting. And in case of bishop e6, rook e3. And this queen is out of position, bishop b2 next move, and pressure. But he decided to play rook d6 here. Queen g5, bishop b2. Now e4 is not so strong because of queen e5 probably, or queen a5 even, attacking here and also here. So bishop b4 was played, and a5. And black are behind the development. They cannot activate rook, the bishop because of pawn. But maybe it was better to play knight d5 according to Karpov. And after bishop c5, d5, cd, queen d2, still white has solid advantage. a5 was played by Gurevich. Queen d2, excellent place for queen. Controlling d file, also take here. Also queen d4 is ideal. And finally he played knight d5 and sacrificing the pawn. The point that after knight e4, bishop e4, rook e4, there would be unpleasant check, pinning this bishop, then rook bd3. Look at this position. And in case of rook a4, then rook f8, and this another rook goes to d8 with terrible threats. So Gurevich decides to uh, uh, sacrifice pawn, but little simplificate position a little bit, but it doesn't help. Uh, Karpov accepts the uh, sacrifice with rook d5, queen g6, and rook bb5. With either rook g5, with immediately win on g7. So after rook bb5, here was a critical moment. Uh, he provoking f6 weakness here, and also supporting this idea of transfer rook to h file and attack from h file. So f6 was played by Gurevich on the move. Bishop c3, for any case, take this pawn under aim. Bishop e6. Finally, bishop made first move of the game. Rook d4 here. And we see that white has pawn up and also positional pressure here. Rook a c8 and e4 strong move. Cut off this queen from this diagonal. and he wants to. Yeah, f6 was necessity, unfortunately. Um, Queen f7 was played by Gurevich. He just need to wait. Bishop a5. So now white has two pawns up. Rook c6, but it's different color of opposite color of bishop. Still, black has some practical chances. Must be careful. So f3, good move. Victor Y, thank you for following, supporting this. Also g4 is idea, maybe to make g5 break. King h7, g4. Black is absolutely hopeless. They just need to sit and wait. It's very hard to do for human. Gambito Meme, thank you for following. Rook e8 by Gurevich. Tried to activate rooks. Rook h5 check. King g8. What? No, king g8 is rook d8. So king g6 played by Gurevich. Wow. Really? Or it's mistake in book? I cannot believe it was played king g6 maybe. Yeah, maybe king g6 he played. Looks like desperation already, guys. We need to put this queen here, give check and some mating chances. But this was losing immediately after check. Rook d8, queen d8, queen f8, then check on h8, and then we take this queen. Yeah, of course he played king g6. And e5 played by Karpov. Maybe he was trying to push him f5 and then give mate on g5. Rook c5 by Gurevich, attacking the bishop and pinning the rook here. And Gambito Memero. I forget about RO in the end. Sorry. Thank you, thank you. Rook d6, strong move here, putting more pressure. And queen e7 played by Gurevich. In case of rook e5 would be unpleasant queen d3 check here, f5, and now rook f5 using this pin. And in case of rook f5, there's gf check, queen f5, and rook e6 check. This is a pin, and black is losing. That's why after rook d6 he played queen e7, try to have this square for king. And geometry in this position. Bishop d8, strong move here. Muhammad, thank you for following. So we see that bishop attacks the queen and also takes control over f6 square. And Gurevich doesn't have anything better than give this exchange here. Yeah, looks hopeless because after queen c6, probably the different ways to win. Yeah, like first is check f5 and rook f5, for example. So rook d8 is only move. Rook d8 and queen c7 played by Gurevich. The game is actually over. It's completely lost. Queen d6, queen f5, and ef by Karpov. Also, queen e6 was enough. And after rook c1 check, king h2, queen d8, there would be queen f5 check, king f7, and g5. It's completely winning position. But he played simply ef here, queen e1, king h2, rook d5, and it's never late to make decisive mistake. This would be draw after perpetual on h4 and e1. That would be pity finish of the game, but after rook d5 he simply plays queen e7, and there is a mate here, and there is no any uh, defense. Gambito Memero, thank you very much for your subscription and support. Appreciate. You just came and instantly, but unfortunately, I'm finishing now for tonight, man. It's really late here and already tired. Was streaming I don't know how many hours, and probably I will continue tomorrow. I will decide what to show you. Probably it will be some opening traps again. Yeah, okay, it's really enough. Thank you very much, Gambito. Appreciate. And guys, thank you very much for being with me. And I will rate now and then go to sleep. Let me rate. Let me rate some people. Yeah, good night, guys. Don't go 1 second. Let me rate somebody. Thank you for attention, guys. Oof. Oh, we have Fat Met. We have Fat Mate. Let's rate. Let's rate Levante. Mega Zyka. Okay, I actually don't need to go to his channel, right? I need to go to my channel to rate, if I remember well. Yeah. One momentito. Let me let me do it. Mega Zyka from Rostov. Yeah, it was very interesting games. Exactly. Let me check how to do it. So let's rate GM. He's not finishing. Uh, I hope. Tranquilizer. I hope I did it correctly. Let me see. Yeah. All right, guys. Good night. Good night to everybody. See you tomorrow or day after tomorrow.